Americans are quitting or shifting careers in record numbers. So we're going to explore that trend and maybe what you should consider if you're thinking about making a change.
And then I got to sit down with a remarkable young woman. She missed a lot during her senior year of high school. So we decided we'll celebrate her, those missed milestones, and treat her to a really big surprise.
And then to top it all off, we have a list of kitchen gadgets to get your daily chores done faster and easier.
Sign us up. Time for Today in 30.
But we do begin in Kabul with NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Hey, Richard, good morning.
Good morning, Hoda. The evacuation flights are coming in frequently now, and you can sense there is urgency about them. They land, they're only on the ground for a few minutes before they take off again. It is clear the U.S. wants to wrap this up as quickly as possible.
Kabul airport this morning is back up and running. Evacuation flights for U.S. Embassy personnel and contractors in full swing. Flights were stopped yesterday when tens of thousands of Afghans stormed onto the runways, desperate to leave, clinging onto aircraft, trying not to be left behind as the Americans pull out. U.S. troops found themselves overwhelmed as they tried to clear the airport, firing warning shots. The Pentagon says American troops killed 2 armed Afghans, but some Afghans were able to get out. On one flight so full, it may have set a record for the number of people who can fit onto an American C-17. Afghans are running from the Taliban, now in full control, setting up checkpoints with the very weapons American taxpayers bought for the Afghan army, which collapsed instead of fighting after the U.S. pulled out of bases and left them without air support. Today, the Taliban told Afghans they have nothing to fear. The group called on civil servants to return to work, offered a non-specific general amnesty, and called on women to join their new government. But the Taliban also said they will always be guided by strict Islamic Sharia law, as all beauty salons and advertising showing women are now being painted over. Many Afghans don't believe the Taliban's promises of tolerance.
Somebody should help me.
Hasib, a translator for the U.S. military, is one of thousands in hiding this morning. Translators have been marked for death by the Taliban. Hasib has no visa to the U.S. and no way of getting to the airport if he had one. We're not showing his face for his safety.
Right now I am in Kabul. And Kabul is surrounded by the Taliban. I'm not safe here. This is all the documents to prove that I was an interpreter.
The Taliban are trying to show they're an open, legitimate government ready to engage with the world. Now they have to prove it to a skeptical and frightened nation.
The Taliban have even offered to work with the government that they just overthrew. The question is, can they be believed? Hoda?
All right, Richard Engel for us there. Thank you, Richard.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
This morning, we're taking a closer look at what some are calling the Great Resignation, people quitting or shifting careers in record numbers since the pandemic.
NBC's investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Wynn's here with more on this one. Hey, Vic.
Yeah, hey, maybe you know some of these folks. A growing number of employees are calling it quits. Some just don't want to return to the office. Others say the pandemic changed their priorities. In many industries, the power dynamic has shifted, putting workers in the driver's seat. This morning, where the jobs are and what you need to know before making that career move.
Lindsay Gamard just started her new job as a product data analyst. She now works mostly from home in Arizona.
A lot of us feel like we can be more productive in a home office environment rather than in a physical office building.
Lindsay says in May, her previous company required staff to come in at least 50% of the time. Many quit. The extra work led Lindsay to resign.
Did you feel like the company had a set of rules and it wasn't going to compromise?
Those were the rules. There wasn't going to be any compromise.
In a June survey by job search site Monster.com, 95% of workers considered changing jobs. The most common factor, burnout, followed by a lack of job growth, which is exactly what Lindsay felt.
I kind of ran out of room to grow.
This is definitely a job seeker's market.
Vicky Salemi is a former corporate recruiter and career expert at Monster. She says this is a great time to consider a new job or even a career change. Recent labor statistics show nearly 4 million employees quit their jobs. Compare that to more than 9 million available jobs.
What are the hot industries right now?
When you look at the jobs that are available, there's bank teller, veterinary technician, pharmacy technician. So they're really everywhere. Security guard, different industries all throughout the country.
The top 3 industries with the most openings, education and health services, followed by trade, transportation, and utilities. Third, the professional and business services sector, which includes office temp work and accounting.
The good point to the Great Resignation is there are opportunities out there, so it's an awesome time to be looking.
And they're not just quitting their jobs. Americans are also pivoting their careers. 92% of workers surveyed were willing to change. Salemi says don't worry if you've never worked in a particular industry. Just be sure to highlight the skills you have that can transfer to any job. For example, customer service and hospitality can cross over to healthcare.
Employers say that when they're evaluating candidates for the right fit to hire, they're looking at resume, work experience, and interview presence. And they don't really focus that much on the specific work experience, but it's really a good time to pivot.
When you are considering whether or not you want to leave your current job, what are some things to keep in mind?
You should consider a few things. Number one, flexibility. So where do you want to work? Do you want to work from home? Do you want to work in an office? Or do you want a hybrid situation? So when you're starting your job search, you can pursue opportunities that provide you with what you want to be happy.
As for Lindsay, she loves her new job. She says she hit the jackpot working for a company with a work-from-home first approach and growth opportunities. Plus, it didn't take long to get the offer.
They called me within 24 hours to offer me the job.
24 hours after your interview?
Less than that, yeah.
Wow. How did this process make you feel?
So I would say that the process did make me feel empowered because I felt like I, as the job seeker, kind of had the upper hand, that I was valuable, and feeling valuable is empowering.
Now, Lindsay says it can be daunting to put yourself out there, especially if you're switching careers, but start with small steps. Reach out for informational interviews, talk to the people in your network first, and just remember, the grass is not always greener.
Where anecdotally, you hear so many people saying they're looking to switch, they're trying to find new jobs, and you're seeing that too.
And they're in the pole position, which is great. Know your skill set and be willing to put yourself out there if it's time for a change.
Cool. All right, Vicki, thank you. Now we're moving on to our special series. It's a great one. It's called Milestones We Missed. Because of the pandemic, a lot of people had to postpone important life events over the past 17 months or so.
So we put the call out to our viewers, and we heard from nearly 1,000 of you who missed out on weddings and birthdays and graduation celebrations. One mom from Deer Park, Texas, wrote to us about her remarkable daughter, Ellie, and her missed milestone. So we wanted to help. Lisa Brody is proud of her daughter, Ellie, who graduated high school last year in the midst of the pandemic.
She is full of life. She just loves life. She's determined.
Lisa says Ellie, who has Down syndrome, doesn't let her disability stand in her way.
Come on, baby.
She loves caring for her dogs. Even started a small business with her mom, 3 Dogs Barkery, selling their home-baked dog biscuits. And she made these in honor of us.
1, 2, 3. Deer Park!
And she trains with her Special Olympics team.
Oh, yeah.
But Ellie's senior year of high school turned into a year of disappointments.
So Ellie was in her senior year when the pandemic hit. That's not a really fun time to be missing school.
Like most high school seniors who graduated during the pandemic, this rite of passage wasn't how they pictured it. A Zoom graduation followed a month later by a socially distanced ceremony.
Only 3 family members were allowed to attend. You know, family members, teachers, friends couldn't see that in person. It was an emotional evening. Finally had this moment in the middle of a pandemic.
Ellie's original prom was canceled too, but this spring she was able to celebrate.
This year, when it was safe to gather, myself, a handful of teachers and parents were able to put together a new prom. She and her boyfriend were voted the prom king and queen. With all of these milestones that we had planned, prom, graduation trip.
I want to go to senior trip.
Ellie had planned a trip that she'd been thinking about for at least a couple of years, wanting to go to New York City after graduation.
Her senior trip to the Big Apple, a gift from her parents, also had to be canceled.
We had planned to make a visit to the Statue of Liberty, some Broadway musicals. Hamilton is her absolute favorite. Everything is Hamilton right now.
The Schuyler Sisters song is a favorite, and she knows all the moves.
Work, work, Angelica.
They had also planned to stop by our Today Plaza.
We wanted, of course, to come out to the plaza because every morning we sit and we watch the Today Show while we're eating breakfast. So we absolutely wanted to make a trip.
So when we heard Ellie missed out on her big trip, we wanted to surprise Ellie and make her wish come true. Now, you graduated high school, right, Ellie?
Yes.
You must be pretty proud of yourself.
Thank you so much.
I know you had a big trip planned.
Yes.
Where did you want to go?
New York.
Do you think you might like to come if you got the chance?
Sure.
Okay. I think we have something that might get you in the mood to visit New York City there. And I have something too to match you.
My goodness.
What do you think about coming to New York City and coming to visit us on the Today Show? Would you like to do that?
Yes.
And make up for that lost senior trip?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Lisa,
it's amazing.
We would love it if you would come and be our guest.
Oh, yes.
What would that mean to you, Lisa? I mean, there have been so many milestones that have been missed.
It's something that she looked forward to for at least a couple years, so that is just amazing.
I'm so glad. What are some of the things you wanted to do when you were in New York?
I'll go see Hamilton.
Oh, Hamilton.
What else?
Statue of Liberty.
Oh, the Statue of Liberty. We're hitting everything here. And you're gonna come visit me in the Today Show, right?
Yes, I am.
Well, I think we might have one other little surprise there waiting for you. Hamilton creator Lin-Manuel Miranda helped us pull off this next one.
Hi, Ellie. I heard you are a Hamilton superfan and love dancing to the music and how disappointed you were that you weren't able to come see Hamilton in New York City. So I have a surprise for you. Open up that package you have there. Yeah, that one. I'll wait.
Open it.
We're reserving 2 seats for you and your mom to come see Hamilton in New York City in the fall. We are thrilled that with the help of the Today Show, you're finally going to get to come to New York City for that senior trip.
Oh my gosh!
I love it.
Oh my goodness.
You're coming to New York City, you've got a date in the morning at the Today Show, and you have a date at night to see Hamilton.
Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm so glad. We can't wait to have you here and just to make up for lost time.
You're gonna go see Savannah and Hoda and Hamilton. You're gonna cry?
Thank you.
You're welcome, love. I'm so excited to meet you in person. Happy graduation, Ellie.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You ready to go to New York City?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go.
New York City, here you come.
Oh.
You guys are gonna fall in love. Ellie's coming, okay, and her mom, Lisa, she's so impressive. She has a huge heart. You know, for her birthday, she actually donated food to the local pantry. She was she's always thinking about her community. She's a lovely young woman.
That, by the way, that was beautiful.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. I can't wait to see her. I can picture her on the plaza.
Oh, yeah.
I can picture her.
She's coming inside. I already told her, I'm like, I'm giving you the whole behind the scenes, tell you everything.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. And there you go.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, guys, we know we've all gotten those frustrating telemarketing calls and we just want to hang up. But now there's a new version of telemarketing that gets you another way through social media. Savannah Sellers is here now. She's the host of NBC News' Stay Tuned on Snapchat, and she's here with a warning. Savannah, so this is a kind of a new thing that's happening.
Yeah, it is, and it is absolutely a warning. So many of us use social media to shop or find inspiration, but beware. Our Stay Tuned viewers told us how some scammers are targeting would-be influencers to make a quick buck.
Hey, we think you'd be great. We're looking for an ambassador for our company.
They usually comment on one of my photos first and say, hey, you look perfect for a project I'm doing or something.
Maybe you've gotten this message on Instagram. Accounts reaching out asking you to be a brand ambassador, often offering a discount code for products in exchange for a post on your feed. 19-year-old college student Janiyah Watson says she got one of those messages last summer.
Well, I was 100% interested because I'm just like, oh, wow, it's really my time. Oh, my goodness, I'm going to be a model.
The person who DM'd Janiyah, who appeared to be a 23-year-old female Instagram user, said they'd send her a few outfits a week and would pay her a couple $100 to post pictures of her wearing the outfits on Instagram. But there was a catch. First, Janiyah needed to send them some money.
So I'm just like, okay, $55 for 6 outfits? That probably would cost way more.
Right. You're thinking, hey, that sounds good. And then at what point did you start to think, wait, what did I just pay for?
Probably immediately after, because I paid her the $55. I sent her the products I wanted, but she had never asked me for my size. And so that's when, flags kind of started to raise just a little bit. Obviously not enough, but just a little bit.
All in, Janiyah says she paid the person about $70, but never received any products. We reached out to the account that messaged Janiyah, but got blocked. According to the Better Business Bureau, online shopping scams have been on the rise and spiked in 2020 as the pandemic forced more shoppers online.
Tell me how it goes from, hey, I got this comment to, I just lost $100.
That is one of the age-old tactics that scammers will do, and that is building a relationship with their target. We look through the scam tracker and we see different reports of people assuming, hey, I thought I was really somebody's friend, or I really thought I was going to get this great deal of a lifetime, only to find out it wasn't true, or it wasn't what I thought it was.
And Sandra says it's not just money scammers are after. Some will try to steal your credit card information or even your identity.
So what are some ways to avoid being scammed like this?
The biggest way to avoid being scammed is, first of all, protect your identity like it's cash. Secondly, when you receive one of those unsolicited offers, question it. If they're asking you to send money, that is the first telltale sign that it possibly is a scam.
Instagram tells us they're trying to constantly improve their technology to combat new trends and techniques that hackers and spammy accounts may use. Janaya, who's building her own following on YouTube, says she learned her lesson and now is extra careful when doing any brand partnerships.
So now I actually have like a marketing kit, rate card. I do have a lot of brand ambassadorships, I guess.
And just to be clear, you are getting paid, right?
100%. I am getting paid. I should not have to pay for anything. If you want me to market your product and make a video with your product, not even shipping.
One more warning for you. The Better Business Bureau also says that a lot of these scams prey on people's desire to do good, often claiming to support a cause or to have partnered with a charity. And Sandra, who you saw there, tells us these scams can be hard to police. She actually said it's like a game of whack-a-mole. Once one website or account gets taken down, since someone reports it, they're right on to the next.
You know, when you watch it, you see how kids who want to be influencers could easily fall for it. So what happens if you do fall for it or your child falls for it? What do you do?
Absolutely, yeah. The first one's maybe easier said than done. Don't be embarrassed. I mean, it's meant to fool you. It's meant to make you feel good and like they want to work with you. Second, tell others so they don't get duped. If it's happening to you, it might be happening to your friends or classmates. And report it to the social media platform where you got the message and to the Better Business Bureau. On Instagram, there are several ways that you can do that. There's three little dots in the corner of a picture. If you hold down on that, or if you hold down on one of those DMs, the direct messages, it gives you an option to report that.
Okay, learned so much. That's such a great story. Savannah, thank you for that.
Hey friends watching Today in 30, I'm Alejandra Ramos and I'm showing you products and gadgets that are gonna make your life easier, help save you time, like this amazing way of making freshly brewed iced coffee in seconds. Tune in to see everything I'm sharing with you guys, and don't forget to head to today.com/shop so you can get your hands on every single one of these amazing products. I'll see you there.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All week long, we're aiming to make your life easier with clever tools and hacks. And today, we're saving you time around the house.
Yeah, from self-watering planters to an item that'll chill your drink in an instant. Lifestyle expert Alejandra Ramos has all the goods. Alejandra, hi, how are you?
Hello. I wish I was back with you guys.
We
but
miss you.
happy.
You should be here in real life.
Well, we are mirroring your table. We've got everything that we need. And let's start right here. Oh, with the
You
air
just turned it
purifier.
on. If you have any bacteria or dog hair.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you want to live easy, you want to breathe easy. So these are air purifiers are from Instant, as in Instant Pot. They also make incredible air purifiers. What I love about them, we were trying to figure out a fun way to show this on the show, but they're actually pretty much silent, and that light turns completely off even while it's still running. So you can sleep in peace. You can study. It's not going to bother you.
I was going to say, I didn't even know. I didn't realize it was even on. You said it works with odors too? It kills odors?
I use this in my kitchen when I'm cooking and I'm frying, and it gets rid of it. It gets rid of my neighbors. They are smokers. I don't smell it anymore. Truly one of the best air purifiers I've ever tried.
That is awesome.
Wow.
Okay, I have to admit something. I'm not good at keeping houseplants alive. And you say that these little things can help do it, and you don't even need to water them so much.
They really are. It's going to make your life better. So, plants, it's all about consistent watering. It's about knowing when they need it. And this is a really great way to extend the amount of time between when you water. You fill this little glass tube with water. They come in these super cute shapes. And then you just pop it right into your plant. Just like that. It tucks right in. And basically the roots will pull that water, so you don't have to always check it in. Once you see it's empty, that's the clue that you have to refill it.
Can you do that in any plants? Like, I know orchids need less water. Orchids are the one thing that I kill constantly, but they need less water probably than these babies.
I think this is more for the standard house plants, the ones that have a little bit more tricky requirements. You don't want to use this with, but I'm a plant mama. I've got plants all over my apartment, and I use this in just about all of them.
Alejandra, a lot of people make hot coffee, pour it over ice, and try to make a nice cup of iced coffee, a cold brew. Do you have a better solution?
I do. I love my iced coffee in the morning. I don't have any patience to wait, though. And if you pour it over the ice, it waters it down.
Yeah.
This is the Hyper Chiller. It is so fantastic. You pop this in your freezer. You can keep it there. And you pour your coffee right in, 60 to 90 seconds. It will chill it completely, and then you can pour it over ice. You can also do this with wine if you need to quickly cool some wine, or spirits if you're making cocktails. It works so well. Comes in a few fun colors, and you don't have to open it. So you just pour the coffee. See, I wish I was with you guys.
You pour the coffee
right
in
into
here.
that
in the top.
Yeah.
Careful,
There
it's
you
hot.
go.
Hot, dude.
Yeah, that ain't iced coffee yet. Okay, let's see. You pour it right away. Let's try
this.
this.
You pour it in a little bit slower.
And then how long do you have to have it sit in there?
About 60 to 90
60
seconds.
to 90
it has
seconds.
a power of 30 ice cubes without watering it down.
Okay, we're going to come back in 60 seconds and try it.
All righty. We'll leave that there.
Okay? You burned it?
No, it's not too bad. Okay, now these things are really cool. You can cook, serve, and store meals in one container.
This is brilliant.
This is like the Jetsons.
Exactly. So this is any day microwave cookware. I love this set. It is specially designed to work in the microwave. It's got so many features. It traps in the steam, which is when you throw things in a microwave, they dry out really quickly.
They get really dry.
Steam is what keeps food moist. You can make soup. You can make the perfect veggies. You can make pasta, rice. You can even bake a cake inside. It's got this little knob that basically holds that moisture in, but also releases the steam.
We like pasta.
You may notice that it's got a little metal on there, but that is microwave safe
We only have
metal.
a few seconds, but we want to get to all the rest, so you got a pasta scooper.
The Joseph colander, this is awesome. Basically, it's a spoon and a colander in one. It's got a little spoon rest right there that'll hold it in place.
That's
super
awesome.
Fantastic.
Brilliant.
Brown sugar. Say you don't want to
we hate when it
make
gets
your brown
hard.
sugar. We hate when it gets hard. These little brown sugar savers from Stonewall Kitchen, one of my favorite companies. They make like awesome jams. Soak this in water for 15 seconds. Pop it in your brown sugar jar. It'll keep it soft for 3 months. Also works with bread and things you don't want to get stale. And last, but certainly not least, I love this. This is a magnetic kitchen shelf. You can also put this in your, basically you just pop it on like this. Stays on, no drilling holes, no looking for the stud.
And it's sturdy.
And it holds,
it can
super
hold.
sturdy, holds all your kitchen gadgets. Well, not if you drag.
We know, but it does the trick.
No, that was my fault.
We were trying to move it.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to go back really quickly and pour the iced coffee while we do this.
Pour the iced coffee, yeah. So you can pour that right over your eyes.
We should say, Alejandra, do not forget that you can scan that QR code right there and you can get any of these products. You can also head to today.com/shop.
Got another good one for you. Tomorrow, Grammy winner Common will be here with new music.
Plus, you'll want to see what happens when we took on the role of summer camp counselors for a group of teenage kids.
Oh, my goodness. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
everybody. Thanks for joining us here at Today All Day. I've met some really great folks and had the chance to explore some amazing places. And I wanted to share some of these special moments with you again. I hope you enjoy these next interviews as much as I have.
For generations, Sesame Street has taught kids so many important lessons, and now they're tackling a new one.
And they always do it in such a good way. So the importance of celebrating differences and teaching our youngsters about race and racism.
That's right. Well, this time they're doing it through the eyes of two new friends who I got the chance to meet.
Hi, my name is Wes.
Hey, everybody. I'm Elijah Walker.
Hi, Elmo's name is Elmo.
There are two new neighbors in the neighborhood. It is so great to meet you, Wes and Elijah. And Elmo, it's good to see you again.
Good to see you too, Mr. Broker.
While Sesame has always celebrated differences and diversity, a father and son tackle a tough issue, race. Why was it important to address race and differences now?
After what happened last summer, we knew that we needed to be more explicit about talking about race because children and families needed it.
With Sesame's Coming Together initiative, creating the ABCs of racial literacy, seeing the issue as Sesame always does through the eyes of a young child. 5-year-old Wes and his meteorologist dad Elijah's experiences, but starting with the basics.
Elmo wants to know why Wes's skin is brown.
Oh, I know why, Elmo. My mom and dad told me. It's because of melanin. Right, Dad?
That's right.
Melanin? What's that?
Well, melanin is something that we each have inside our bodies that make the outside of our bodies the skin color that it is. It also gives us our eye and our hair color.
Experts say children begin to notice the differences in race in infancy and start forming their own sense of identity at a very young age. So Sesame decided to tackle race and racism head on. One of the great things about Sesame Street is that people accept people for who they are. But Wes, there have been times where people have done things or said things that didn't make you feel good.
There was one time at my old school when I wanted to be the pretend guitarist, but they said that I couldn't be the pretend guitarist because of the way that I look, because people who look like me should be rappers because they rap the best. And that wasn't very nice. It made me feel really bad. But then I talked to my dad, and he told me that I could be whatever I wanted to be.
A study commissioned by Sesame Workshop of parents with kids ages 6 to 11 reported that 42% had personally experienced discrimination. Nearly 2/3 of those with Black children reporting racist incidents. So to help, Sesame created videos like Breathe, Feel, Share to help kids have open conversations about race and racism.
Breathe. To calm down. Feel. Notice how I'm feeling and say it. And then share. Tell a grown-up what happened.
For the grown-ups watching, a guide to help with those tough conversations. Elijah, I've had to have difficult talks with my kids, but it's particularly tough when you've got to talk to a 4 or 5-year-old about race. How difficult is that?
Yeah, we talk about being proud of things. We talk about things that make us unique, and we talk about some of the difficulties that can come.
Were you surprised that after all this time, you still have to have those conversations?
I'm not surprised. I'm disappointed sometimes. But things do seem like they're getting better, but we want to make sure that we equip our kids with the tools that they need to talk about and to exist in this world.
Teaching these lessons through Sesame characters allows for a directness, a lack of nuance that young kids are looking for.
It was important for us to make sure that people understood not only what was right, which is what we were modeling, but also what was wrong. And so this initiative is trying to really represent that for children and to use language that families and children feel comfortable with.
And since Elijah and I share a fondness for forecasts, the weather report seems somewhat similar across the country. Ernie's Grove, Washington, 88 degrees.
A perfect weather to float your rubber ducky.
That's right. Grover Beach, California, 88 degrees.
And that's just super.
Bird City, Kansas, 88 degrees.
Oh man, I'd like to get out to the park and feed the pigeons.
88 degrees in Oscar, Minnesota.
Well, hopefully it'll get some rain. I know Oscar would love that.
Oh, that's fun. So he's a weatherman, huh?
That's right.
I love that.
So,
that's cute.
And, you know, it really is what's so special about this. You need to be able to have these conversations. And something like this helps parents, not just the kids, but the parents have those conversations.
And it feels warm. It feels safe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Good way to start those conversations.
Exactly.
Watch this, and then we can talk through
Right.
it.
So, and for all these resources to have conversations with your children, it's available for free through Sesame's In the Communities initiative. And you can find a link to it on our website at today.com.
We're back with another special edition of Buddy Up, where the four of us hang out together for some fun away from work. In the past, Chanel Jones and I have teamed up as the news nerds versus Al and Dylan, a.k.a. the weather wimps.
Wait, the last time we did a Buddy Up, I was pregnant?
You're pregnant all the time.
Yeah. Interesting.
No, the Pictionary.
Oh, then Pictionary, right. Okay. Last in person.
Keep moving. Okay.
The Wizards came out on top of those ping pong and virtual Pictionary.
So our first real life adventure after a year of Zooms, we went over to Chelsea Pier Fitness to right here in New York City to play some summer backyard games. We posted a poll asking who you think would win. Let's find out if you were right. It was a gloomy afternoon in Manhattan for our first in-person Buddy Up in over a year. But we weren't about to let it rain on our parade.
This is the first time we've been together in person.
It's been a while. I'm so happy.
We've got a little urgency because there's a big line of thunderstorms.
Just saw that. We are the
weather wizards.
Oh, my goodness.
So let's get it going.
Our first backyard game, a classic, cornhole.
How do you score cornhole?
So I think, if I remember correctly, I'm usually pretty dry. In the hole is 3, on the board is 2, off the board, half off the board, like if it's dangling, it's 1.
Are you taking notes on this?
Well, yeah, to score.
Ooh!
Oh!
Wow.
Doofus.
Oh, name calling this early? Oh!
Look at me! Look at me! I'm Craig. I'm awesome.
Oh! Look at you!
Yes.
Look at you!
Yes,
Cornhole Pro! Cornhole Pro! Yes! Yes!
15-9.
We're up.
News nerds? All right.
That's game we won.
Yes! So we had some wiggle room.
In a shock to everyone, the news nerds are up 1-0. But the stakes are getting higher in a supersized version of Connect 4.
All right, here we go. You got to get 4 in a row.
Okay.
4 in a row.
4 in a row.
Ready? Ladies
Yes.
first.
Okay. Smart move.
You don't want them to get anything, so don't put anything down because then they can.
Good catch. Good catch.
Is this the least we've ever talked?
Ow! Yes! The old man's lost it!
You did it
The
on
old man's
purpose.
lost it!
He just wanted the game to end.
Okay, that's it. Next.
Things aren't looking great for both Team Weather Wizards or literally the weather.
There's lightning and thunder coming.
Is that becoming like a roll cloud? Look at that.
With the storm approaching, it's time to get a move on for our grand finale, Can Jam.
If it just hits the side, that's 1 point. You throw it, falls in, that's 2 points.
Will Team Weather put any points on the scoreboard?
Now, if it's above and you knock it in,
right?
You jam it, that's 3 points. If it goes straight in, game over.
Good try. That was good. This storm's getting
Now,
vicious.
watch it, it'll go.
4-3.
Okay, fine, just hit the thing.
Oh, close.
So
4-4.
I know.
That might have gone in.
All right,
Could've.
4-4.
First one to 5.
All right.
6.
Mean Can Jam.
Despite the Weather Wizards' Can Jam comeback, they were still down 2-1. We had a choice, keep going or stay dry.
As you can hear, and as we've seen, ta-da, we've got a line of pretty severe thunderstorms rolling in.
It would
So,
seem to be that way.
I think it's time to call this buddy up. Why? Because I don't want to die.
Go News Nerds, we won.
You won, yay! Makes them feel better.
Oh, we heard you. She booed us.
Yes, she did.
She did.
You know, listen, I love teaming up with Dylan, but I will say you are the most competitive human being.
I got a little annoyed at you because you handed over the game of
Yes, because you know what? I have so few years left on this planet.
I was so
I did
worried.
not want to spend them electrocuted.
I thought you were a little competitive.
I was so worried about the weather. We were like, oh, whatever.
So, can you imagine the headline? Like if Al Roker got struck by lightning? Yeah. So, can you imagine that?
Yeah, so who wants to say that
story?
Let's see what we got a poll. You guys went to our Twitter and told who you thought would win. And in fact, they thought the weather wizards would win.
Because we normally do.
Well,
I'm still
not
upset.
this time.
You phoned it in.
Not this time.
You know what? But I'm still here.
We got them right where we want them to. They're fighting. They're fighting.
All right, there's another one coming soon.
Thanks again, by the way, first of all, to Photo Nate for those fantastic pictures. Also, big thanks to Chelsea Pierce Fitness for hosting our games and hosting our victory party as well.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
We Run 313 is about more than working up a sweat. I got a chance to talk with the two friends who are setting the pace.
It's bigger than just getting out there and linking up and running.
32-year-old Lance Woods, a project manager for a local nonprofit, and 30-year-old consultant Joe Robinson are both enthusiastic runners from Detroit, introduced 2 years ago.
One friend saw that we were both participating in the Miami Marathon, and then they put us together.
Motivated by a love for their hometown, the Fast Friends created a running club in May of 2019, proudly boasting their area code called We Run 313.
We run Detroit! We run 313! In our very first run, we had over 100 people show up.
And they've kept it going with an average 200-plus runners at weekly events, including their popular 2 Mile Tuesdays. Joe, your slogan is Connect, Run, Build. What does that mean?
What it means is short for our mission, connecting like-minded individuals through running to build a happier, healthier community. We want to bring people together who want change.
Change to them means seeing more runners who look like themselves at races.
Let's say if it's 20,000 people, you might come across a sprinkle of black people in those races. And in a city like Detroit, that's 85% black. We don't see black people running. We have the power to change that.
But the pair's primary goal? Helping residents reap benefits like lowering risk of heart disease and diabetes and improved mental health. How has this shaped you physically and mentally?
Running has been the most transformative process. I mean, whether it was mild depression or anxiety, running has just helped me deal with those things in a different way. And I feel stronger than ever. I feel smarter than ever, obviously faster than ever. And I just feel like I'm who I'm supposed to be.
Is this for people who are all ages, all running levels?
And yes, it is for runners of all levels. We have people from 6 all the way up into 65, all paces, all sizes, all races. And the impact that we got from We Run 313, it surprises us to this day. We're seeing lifelong friendships being formed. We're seeing people start businesses. We're seeing people not only start businesses, but meet their clients at our runs. We're seeing relationships. Hopefully we'll get a marriage out of the Run Club soon.
People come to us and tell us personal stories about how it's changed them from the inside out. The greatest thing is that you're not doing it alone. The beautiful thing about it is that you have a whole community of support. We're encouraging one another. If you're falling behind, we got pace leaders that's going to say, come on, you got this.
All the way through. How did the pandemic impact your mission?
When everything shut down, Joe and I, we was encouraging people, hey, this is a great time
for you to take your health serious, get out there and get outdoors and run. We started a Run Solo campaign. With COVID-19, it made us look at things from more of a macro level rather than just micro in the city of Detroit. And we started to engage people nationally.
Today, Lance and Joe are committed to going the distance for those ready to follow their lead. If somebody told you that this was what you would be looking at 2 years ago, what would you have thought?
It would have been very difficult to believe. But now I know. Running has led me to believe anything is possible, especially when it's in the name of progress, when it's in the name of positivity, and when it's in the name of change.
We run 313.
Everybody hands in.
That's awesome.
Yeah, what's really cool is they're going to use We Run 313 as a form of activism. Last year, they ran to honor Ahmaud Arbery, the unarmed black man who was killed while jogging in Georgia. They've also partnered with a local retailer to provide more than $10,000 worth of running shoes to their community. And they're going to be working with the Detroit Pistons on a 2-week fitness challenge. So they're expanding and really bringing the mission forward.
And the mission, and just so good for people's bodies and minds and
mental health.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Rokathon.
Come on.
You know what? We had a lot of fun with a lot of help. Number 5, and oh so fine weather relay that got our NBC stations and affiliates involved from coast to coast. To pull this thing off, we tried to get the 10th Guinness World Record title.
That's right. Rokathon starts now. Here you go.
We had a ball with Rokathon 5.
Here's your ball. Here's the beach ball, buddy.
Hey, Al, thanks so much.
Our coast-to-coast online weather reporting relay started our summer in the Sunshine State. Kicking things off in Tampa.
Thanks, Al. All right, we started out as low as 79 this morning.
Making our way clear across the country from a coastline corner of Maine to sandy beaches of Waikiki. And everything in between, including lakesides, deserts, and mountains. It was an epic, one-of-a-kind summer forecast streaming live on Today All Day.
Getting a nice breeze.
We've been sweating to the 90s and the triple digits.
We have cloudy skies, a beautiful morning.
Visiting nearly every state involving dozens of our affiliate family in an effort to set a new Guinness World Record. after 3.5 hours.
All right.
Okay.
Well, all right. Thank you. That's how fast you were. The space-time continuum.
This is a brand new Guinness World Records title.
Rokerthon 2021, crossing the finish line.
Wow.
Way to go, Al.
Brittany Dunn, our adjudicator from Guinness. It was a lot of fun. And we had the beach ball thing, and of course we were throwing and people had their beach ball. Yeah. But because of the time delay sometimes, I'd have the beach ball before they threw it, or vice versa.
So Al, does each one of those weather meteorologists get a Guinness World Record title? They all do?
They all get a certificate.
Wow.
So they are part of
pretty cool.
Where do you put all of your Guinness certificates, by the way?
I keep them right next to my Guinness beer.
And his Emmys. But I mean, does it, so you were kind of the ringmaster in between each thing.
Moving along.
So
We were right there along the Jersey Shore. And a shout out to the nice people at McClune's at Pier Village and Long Branch.
I have an idea for Rokerthon 6.
That was real cool. Yeah.
I don't know yet.
No, but I have an idea.
Oh.
Beat your own Rokerthon 1 record. Remember when you broadcast for like 56
34 hours.
Oh, 34 hours.
That might have been my favorite.
It was my... No, I'm not.
Did Dylan put you up to that?
No! No, I just thought it was amazing. But also, it was scary. I forgot that, too.
Yeah,
Never mind.
I fainted.
Do the sandwich thing again. All right.
Nobody understood that one.
Well, again, the entire thing was live on our streaming channel, Today All Day, which, of course, can be found at today.com. And for updates on all our new programs, you can text all day to 34318.
All day, all night.
What was that sandwich one again?
Yeah, I don't... What was that record?
Quite understood
the most
that one.
number of
Don't try to make it make sense.
No,
But you got the record.
I did, baby.
And this was a good one.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
We also, just so you know, have a game changer in our presence because Mr. Al Roker changing the weather game once again, adding another Guinness World Record title to prove it. You set the record yesterday, a world record during a coast-to-coast summer weather relay.
It was fun. We had over 60 NBC stations, a couple of colleges,
Okay.
all doing weather. We were tossing a virtual beach ball to them instead of the baton, and so it kept going back and forth and back and forth. It was a lot of fun. That was the adjudicator there, Brittany Dunn from Guinness, and we had a
Very
good time.
specific job adjudicating.
Yes, the adjudicator.
Well, I thought it was interesting that you said earlier this morning.
It is.
Everybody who
She
participated.
crisscrosses the country.
She's an
Yes.
adjudicator.
That is, we should do a profile on her.
Saying it.
Yeah.
Great word.
Well, you know, in John Wick 3, the person who determined whether you stayed at the Continental or not was the adjudicator.
The adjudicator.
Called a John Wick 3 reference.
Asia Dillon was the adjudicator.
Really?
By the way, shout out to him. Shout out to the technical team as well.
Yes.
That's no small feat.
That's right, and all of our producers.
what I
We've got
wanted to say.
our producers, and we've got everybody. We had everybody at their whole team, both at Long Branch, New Jersey, and here at 30 Rock, making sure this all happens.
We have the
So thank you to
adjudicator
them.
right out in front there.
Yes.
You see that?
You just
And
like
to all of
saying
the,
that
I know, all the meteorologists around the country, do
That's
they
right.
also get a plaque?
They also get a certificate. They are part of the Guinness World Record.
What about the adjudicator? Does
The adjudicator does not get one because she hands it out.
Why wasn't I asked?
It always comes
yet so far away.
That's right. In fact, what's so amazing is just really a 3+ hour drive north of here is Sequoia National Park. It's located in the southern Sierra Nevada. It is a gem that not a lot of people go to, but all need to make the trip. Recently, I took my 17-year-old daughter, Leela, with me to check it out, and it was so awe-inspiring, it knocked her socks off. Map at the ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, listen to that engine purr, baby.
Let's drive nice and slow.
I'm stunned that when I asked Leela if she wanted to come on this trip, she said yes.
I'm still surprised I'm kind of here. I'm a city kid, so like camping, I'm not good at that. There's a stop sign.
Yeah.
You should stop.
I will. Leela heads to college in a year, so I'm thankful she's riding shotgun as we attempt our first ever camping trip.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Even if she is a little squeamish. I think we're about 7,000 feet.
That's so high.
There's no guardrails.
Dad, why did you point that out?
Well, it's just interesting.
Why would you mention that to me?
Well, I don't know.
There are animals and trees everywhere, and I really don't like birds because I'm afraid one will poop on my head.
One hasn't pooped on your head.
Yes, it has.
Oh,
twice.
It did. Yeah,
twice.
That's right.
General Sherman tree, is that where we're going?
Yep. Now this is pretty cool. So the tree, one of these sequoias fell, and they put a little walkway through it. This giant forest has the largest concentration of sequoia trees in the world, and the granddaddy of them all, General Sherman. His trunk alone weighs 1,400 tons. That's equal to 25 Army tanks. Each year, General Sherman grows enough wood around the trunk that would equal a large tree.
Oh, so it's still growing?
It's still growing. Yep, still growing at 2,000 years old. We are looking at the largest tree on Earth.
Wow.
Yeah. Struck by their greatness, everyone seems to whisper down below. Until...
Oh my gosh, there's a bird. A big one.
It's a raven. It's not like you're going to be able to avoid them.
All right, we're good. Oh my God.
You do know we're in the forest.
Oh my gosh, it's right there. It's right over your head. Save yourself.
Perhaps less intimidating for Leela, the park also home to American black bears, just waking up from their winter naps.
Oh my God, is that it? I see it. Wow.
You can see her face. A giant sequoia, a bear, a thunderstorm, and sleet.
Quite the camping experience.
It is.
So you're right.
Wait, say that again?
Like you're correct?
No, say that again.
No.
You're right?
No.
Say that again?
What I meant was like bear left, like bear right. You're right. I don't think I ever have really roughed it before.
We camped out once in our backyard.
Yeah.
We didn't last the night.
No.
Both doors facing desired direction.
What does that mean?
This is the top.
Do you blow it up?
No, there's no, it doesn't inflate. That's close enough.
That's not correct.
Yeah.
Do you have a hammer?
Nope.
Where do these go? They look like nunchucks.
Pole sections. Oh, good. Sleeting. How do you think this is going so far?
Terribly.
Terribly. Wait right there.
Okay.
Look what I found. Check it out.
Wow.
Ding! Magic. Let's go catch some fish. Nice casting.
Dang. Fishing in the sleet.
And plan B.
Eat our hands. Eat our own
Going to be tube steaks and burgers.
Who calls hot dogs tube steak? Have you started a fire?
Never. I've never started a fire and had no desire to.
Yeah, I don't really
Had
want
no
to
reason to. So you get your newspaper and some
Don't do
cardboard.
all of it. I don't think that's correct.
No, you like here.
No, that's not how you do it.
That was drilled into us. Don't start fires.
Don't.
You see
Smokey the
Smokey
Bear.
Bear. Yeah,
Yeah.
Smokey the Bear. It's like only you. He's pointing at, he's looking at you. Don't do it. That is a fire. What do you say? Our next vacation, you, me, your brother and your sister and mom, go camping.
For now, I shouldn't push it, but it's not a no.
I'll take that as a maybe. So I got to tell you, it is one of the most awe-inspiring sights. You cannot even, as great as the video was, and our camera guy, Ray Farmer, did a great job, it doesn't do it justice on TV. Guys, you got to see it in person.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Tuesday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. Let's kick it off with Pop Stars. Dylan is covering all the buzzy headlines for Carson, and she has all the details on the classic film Field of Dreams being turned into a TV show. Check it out.
We're back, 8:35. Dylan is in for Carson, and it is a pop start time.
It is pop start time. Let's get right to it and start off with the Field of Dreams. Hot off last week's historic game between the Chicago White Sox and the New York Yankees on that famous cornfield in Iowa, Peacock has announced plans to create a series based on the iconic movie. Parks and Rec creator Mike Schur will helm the upcoming project, so you know it'll be good. It's set to reimagine the themes of family, baseball, Iowa, and the magic that made the 1989 Kevin Costner film a beloved classic. There's no release date yet, but for now, you can watch the original movie on NBC's streaming service, Peacock, or watch Harry Smith's story anytime on today.
Also on Peacock.
Exactly. Also on Peacock, true. All right, next up, Sandra Bullock and Channing Tatum. The two actors just wrapped up filming on their upcoming action rom-com. It's called The Lost City of D. And Tatum took to social media to share how they celebrated the film's last day of shooting with a splash.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a picture right on Sandy and All right, everybody in!
Hopefully there was no cell phone in the pocket. Now, looks like this pretty darn good rom-com couple. The Lost City of D hits theaters next April. Next up, The Voice. The show is back next month for season 21. That's where Carson has been. And ahead of the big premiere, they've revealed who will be teaming up with the coaches as battle advisors. Here they are.
Camila Cabello is a battle advisor for Team Legend.
Jason Aldean!
Hello, Kelly.
Hey! You were right, it's Dirks Bentley! Woo!
Wow! I'll take what he's drinking.
I'm so excited for everyone to meet my battle advisor and dear friend, Kristen Chenoweth. I don't have words. You have no idea. She's so incredible, and I am so grateful, and I love you so much. I love you more, baby.
Oh, love you. It's actually, this is cool because this is a full circle moment for new coach Ariana Grande, who first met, look at this picture.
Oh, wow. No, she did not.
Yeah, she was a little girl. She saw Wicked on Broadway, and now they're working together. How cool is that? You can catch the coaches and, of course, Carson on the season premiere of The Voice. It's September 20th right here on NBC. And finally, the Country Music Hall of Fame announced their newest lineup of inductees yesterday, making the class of 2021 mother-daughter duo Naomi and Winona Judd. Can't believe they're not in it already.
Yeah.
Legendary singer, composer, and pianist Ray Charles might come as a surprise, and musicians Pete Drake and Eddie Bayers. So the Judds, who first hit the country charts in 1984 with Mama He's Crazy, have earned a collection of Grammys, CMA, and ACM awards for their decades of top 10 hits. And although you may not think country when you hear Ray Charles, his 1962 album, Modern Sounds in Country and Western Music, cemented his influence on the genre, so that makes sense. And steel guitarist Pete Drake and drummer Eddie Bayers make up the recording and touring musician category of inductees.
Congratulations.
It's always shocking when you see it's like, wait, they're not in it?
My mom used to play that Ray Charles album until she had to get a second copy. She played it so much. Oh, my. Loved her some Ray Charles.
Wow, I love that.
Coming up next on Today Talks, the third hour chats with football legend Brett Favre after this.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Welcome back. Today in the third hour, the gang hangs out with football legend Brett Favre. He's talking about his new PSA. Check it out.
All right, throughout his amazing 20-year NFL career, Brett Favre was an 11-time Pro Bowler, 3-time league MVP, and a Super Bowl champion.
Well, now the football legend is starring in a new PSA for the Concussion Legacy Foundation that's out today. It's urging parents to keep their kids out of tackle football until age 14. We have an exclusive first look.
Mom, Dad, let's talk about tackle football. I just learned about CTE, the brain disease caused by repeated hits to the head. The more years I play, the more I'm at risk. If you put me in tackle today...
By the time I'm a senior in high school, I'll have played 13 years of tackle football. I could already have CTE, and it will continue to destroy my brain even after I stop playing. So by the time I'm your age...
I could be fighting depression, struggling to keep my thoughts straight. I could become violent, even towards my own children. When I'm your age, what will matter to me is not my youth football career, but that, like you, I'm a great parent and I can provide for my family.
So please, keep me out of tackle football until I'm 14.
Wow, so powerful.
Good.
Brett
Yes,
Favre
yes.
joining us now. Brett, good morning. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, so it's so good seeing you, but we have to note that you don't know for sure if you've got CTE or not because it can't be diagnosed while somebody's still living. But you've talked about having occasional memory lapses, trouble finding words in conversations. First off, how are you doing these days?
Well, excuse me, I can't complain. I don't know what normal feels like. Do I have CTE or early onset? I really don't know. But I can't complain. I'm able to do and function as I please for the most part. But, concussions are a very, very, very serious thing. And we're just kind of like scraping the surface of how severe they are and what are the repercussions.
The PSA is so powerful and urges parents to wait until their children are 14 years old. Now, you don't have sons, but I didn't know you had 3 grandsons. I can't believe that. But what would you say to them? I know they're younger, but about waiting to be 14 and encouraging parents to as well.
Well, they're 11, 7, and 4, and have not mentioned playing football at all. I am not going to mention it as well. If they choose to play, I will support them, but I'm not going to encourage them in any way to play. And I think that surprises a lot of people, but I'm just fearful of what concussions can do. And it only takes one. Maybe I have had 1,000, just say for example, and seemingly are fine on a day-to-day basis, but the next person has 1 and has terrible repercussions from it. So it's just too risky. And concussions are going to happen, whether it be the playground, in the car, elderly falling, sports, and you name it. All sports have concussions. So I'm not going to encourage them to play, until there's a treatment. Right now, it's all prevention. And as we know, you can only do so much, and concussions are going to happen.
Mm-hmm. And you talk about prevention, and certainly we've seen more rules, protocols at the pro and college levels designed to protect players. So do you think there are things that can be done to completely protect players? Are enough measures being taken, or what else can be done to protect them?
Well, I think a lot has been done, and a lot of good things, rule changes. But until there's a treatment, the best way to avoid concussions is not play at all. And that, of course, that's not going to happen. And I have been working with the company Prevacus for 10 years now, and it's been hard trying to break into the NFL or similar markets to get research money and stuff to come up with a treatment. And we believe that we're on the verge of having that treatment. But, whether it's Prevacus or someone else, it's going to take treatment rather than prevention to I think, to take care of this problem.
Well, Brett Favre, thank you so much for speaking out about it and being at the forefront of it. I really appreciate it. And for folks to see the full PSA, they can head to our website at today.com.
What a powerful conversation.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, we dish on the new photos from the set of And Just Like That, the Sex and the City reboot.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
To find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back today on Hoda and Jenna. We go unscripted.
You know what I was just thinking? This is so, okay, so I did a radio show yesterday, and it was about going back to school. I was thinking about how kids are going back to school.
Right.
And I had Henry Winkler on, the Fonz, and I just love him anyway. And he said one of the things he learned, he talks at schools all the time, you probably would know this whole thing. He said, the one question I ask kids, little kids, that always gets a great answer is, what are you good at?
What are you good at?
What are you good at? And he said, it's so funny because kids, their hands shoot up immediately. Coloring, playing, counting, whatever the thing is. And then I was thinking about how when we get older and people ask you, what are you good at? You almost
won't say it.
Yes, or you back up a little. Oh, I don't know, not very much.
Yeah.
But I just thought, he said, we have to remember that part of us. And I was thinking as we go back to school and as kids go back to school, and I was just imagining, and I thought about you too, because you obviously have been around kids like your whole life teaching when you were younger, but the idea that kids always know, and yet somehow, like, there are so many grown-ups trying to find their purpose.
Yes.
Like, what am I supposed to be doing? What am I good at? It's like,
go back to that person.
Yeah.
It's so funny that you say that, because when I was little, and Mila's this way too. My mom just knew that I loved kids. Like I was a kid, but I was a third grader that wanted to hold all the babies.
Oh.
And I just took Mila to Maine, and she met her little cousin, my cousin's baby, Dottie, who's like the cutest baby you've ever seen. And Mila, we walk every night after dinner, just stood at the baby and walked with the baby. And so my mom never pushed me to do anything.
But she knew.
But when I got old enough, like high school age, she said, she took me to this place called the Austin Children's Shelter in Austin. And she said, I just want you to see it. It's this cool place, no pushing. And I got there, and of course, because I loved kids, I started volunteering there. I started working there on Sundays, and it was like my happiest, and it led me to teaching. And I think it's like, I wasn't the type that was a great athlete necessarily or a great artist. Like my skills were a little bit harder to see maybe.
Yes.
But my mom saw them and led me quietly that way.
I love that. I love that. The other thing Henry Winkler said that I thought was so interesting was he had dyslexia when he was a kid and he couldn't read very well. And I said, do you have advice for parents who have a child who's like maybe a little bit slower or doesn't have the right, can't quite learn the same way other kids learn? And he goes, do not tell them they know. They know they're slower. They know the kid next to him is getting it, and the kid next to him. Don't say, why don't you get it? Why don't you get it? He said, your job is to steady the ship.
Yeah.
And I thought that was so important.
And to tell them show them what they are good at.
And I said,
or interested in.
I said, did your parents do that? And he said, no, they didn't.
Oh.
He had to push through. But he pushed through, and look where he is. And he said, no, I'm going to be totally honest. But he does now. He says, I made sure that whenever I saw a child who was struggling, it wasn't that they didn't know.
No.
They just didn't know how to learn the way that person was teaching them.
And when you hear your kids for the first time say but I'm not good at that.
I'm not good at that.
It breaks you because you're like, wait, but you can be, and you are. And then maybe it's not all the same. I mean, I think not comparing
your kids,
people, ourselves, kids, anybody is like one of the hardest, yet beneficial things we can do.
Right.
If you spent your whole time looking at Instagram comparing your lives to others.
Have you ever, when you go to a park, people are always like, how old is your daughter? Wait, she's speaking? Wait, how old's your son? He's not? Oh, he's crawling? He's not eating that? How old? As they grow, it's like one of those things, and it's almost inevitable, because you think, wait, she's so much taller than him, and they're the same age. It's like, who cares?
I love that Henry Winkler.
He is so smart and wise.
Write some of that down.
Okay, what else?
Talking about people we love, you have a girl crush on Sandra Bullock. She's one of your favorites, right?
Fave.
Okay,
Fave.
She and Channing Tatum are actually shooting a movie. They have a new action-adventure rom-com in the works. It's called The Lost City of D.
What does that mean, I wonder? D.
The
Lost City of D.
I'm hoping it's not something dirty.
D. Well, they're hot together. Anyway, they celebrated wrapping the movie, and again, it's a rom-com. So Channing Tatum posted this video of those guys taking the plunge. So take a look.
That is a picture right on Sandy and Jenny!
And those are their stunt doubles, by the way, that are already in the water. They're like, anyway, Channing captioned the video this way: I don't have words for how special Sandy Bullock is. We definitely were made in the same lab and share a brain. I love you, girl. I'll ride your coattails anywhere, anytime, forever.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Doesn't that make you kind of want to get
That's so sweet. When you write that caption for her, too, though.
Oh, yes, I would.
You love her.
But
also, it was kind of cool. They jumped into what looks like a fake ocean.
That was cool. I can't wait to see it now. What is it? What's the lost city of D?
Aren't you always longing for somebody to carry you like a baby?
But they can't.
No. When Henry did, he pulled out his back. Okay, anyway, the lost city of D comes out. We don't know what D means.
But we can't wait.
Maybe it's a lost city. Does D mean something? Does anybody know?
We don't know. We're good. It's a rom-com, so it's fun. Good, because we need to laugh. Okay.
It comes out April of next year.
So if you are in New York City, or if you happen to come here on a trip, or you're wandering the streets, everyone is on the lookout for something in New York City. Mm-hmm. And it's scenes that they're shooting from
Sex and the City. We keep talking about it. It's the Sex and the City reboot. And the New York Post called it the hottest summer sport in New York City.
Yeah, spotting them. So just days ago, Sarah Jessica Parker and Cynthia Nixon, look at them. They were filming together on some steps. Is that the library?
I think it looks like the library.
It looks like the public library. I see extras walking behind.
Look, she has a little bottle.
They look cute. Oh my gosh! And look at her outfit.
I know, she looks cool. Could you pull that off?
You girl, I've worn this same jumper about 7 days in a row. Once I threw a T-shirt over it and wore it again. Okay. Okay, where else? Once.
Sarah Jessica Parker and Chris Noth have also been posting some photos from filming. Wow.
So
Carrie
they're
and
back
Big
together.
back together.
Okay, there are theories circulating online about Big. Does he go to white-collar prison?
Does he die? Why are they spotting these? They're in bed hanging out. That's not prison.
Well, maybe.
That's a very chic prison if it is one. With that wallpaper behind him?
No, maybe he died. Maybe that's the last night before he goes off to jail. That could be.
Why are you going so dark
I don't
with
know.
Sex and the City? They
I
could
don't
be getting married.
I know. It's just kind of fun to know because it just reminds you of New York before everything went wacky. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like enjoying the streets and the crowds.
And it is the way that way now too. It feels like, you know,
it does.
Last night I was here and people were sitting at restaurants.
Yes.
All the outdoor seating makes it feel like we could be somewhere else. It's really cool.
Yes.
All right, speaking of reboots, Peacock just confirmed it's developing a Field of Dreams TV series.
This is a biggie. This is fresh off last week's Field of Dreams Major League game. It was in Dyersville, Iowa. That's where the iconic movie was shot. By the way, Kevin Costner is fine.
And that, I love that you went there. I thought you were going to say it was great in this film.
Amazing.
But this movie, I told Willie, I watched this movie with the girls during the quarantine.
Oh, you did?
It's a lot to explain. Because
How
it's
did
like,
you? Yes.
they're like, so is that heaven, Mom? Where do they go in the fields?
yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not
don't
really
know.
sure.
Did they like it?
They liked it. And you know that Willie and I ate one of those hot dog, apple pie concoctions that they served at the game. Yes.
Wait, you did something really fun without me?
I'm sorry, but
apple pie hot dog?
It was an apple pie hot dog that Chef, Guy Fieri created.
Fieri.
Guy Fieri.
No T. Fieri. With
No, it has T's, y'all.
No, it's Fieri, like a Ferrari.
Oh,
Fieri.
Fieri. He created this hot dog, meats and apple pie, but I have to tell you,
was it
Willie? It was delicious at the time.
Did Willie
and
wolf it down?
We both did. It was
I know
gross.
how you eat, but does Willie eat like that too?
But then later in the day, Willie texted me and goes, "Is it still lingering?" I go, "Major." I mean, I couldn't eat for days.
All right, kiddos, time for Unscripted.
Okay, you just took a little vacation, and there's a new question that I guess The Cut is posing, which is, should you work out? The Cut is a magazine.
Oh, okay.
Should you work out on vacation? So did you work out?
I did. You know what? What's funny? Every morning, I feel like I have to. It's not like I'm obsessed, but I need like 30 or 45 minutes to do something without anybody around, like without my kids, without Joel, without anybody, my family. Do my thing, and then I can shower and I'm ready for the day.
Yes.
I think if I don't do it, I feel like I wake up, I'm sluggish, I don't feel
Kind
great.
of grumpy.
Grumpy. Do you?
Well, I do. But
Yeah.
it's funny because the article from the New York Magazine's The Cut says, don't even think about working out on vacation.
What does the writer say?
The writer says, vacation minutes are the most precious. Don't burden yourself with the guilt and obligation of trying to squeeze in a spin class or go for a run.
No. Because here's what you're doing. You're blobbing out the whole time you're on vacation.
Exactly.
So it's only 30 minutes of your 24-hour day.
I think you have to make yourself feel good before you make yourself feel bad.
I think
Meaning,
that's good.
go for a run before you eat the ice cream. Or before you order a drink.
Yeah, and I just think it also, like, it puts me in a good headspace. Like, it's not like I'm doing it so I can have toned abs. I
Might
couldn't
be
care less.
unusual. I love to.
I do
love
too.
it. And it's so funny because when I'm injured, I'm like, what do
You're
I do with
bumming.
my time? It also feels like I love to go for like long walks with my sister or do something with the kids that feels active.
Me too. I love the feeling too.
Ugh.
And boy, they know when I haven't worked out. Everybody knows.
Grumpy.
They're like this.
Grumpy.
Get on the bike. Go do whatever it is you do.
Take some
Calm
time.
down.
Today Talks continues after the break. We have an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd cast. free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with Today all day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
You know what? I was just thinking about Jason Mraz, and we just did a piece on him and how he is like helping out all of these kids. And I think the thing that struck us more than, I mean, he was doing incredible things, but when you watch a kid, physically watch a kid gain confidence.
Yes.
Like that's what we were doing. We were watching these young kids who were shy, or as the young girl was saying, she had trouble making eye contact or verbalizing what she wanted to say. But Jason Mraz gave them confidence, put them on stage, they did their dances, they realized they could. You know, it's like that moment you realize you can.
It's so interesting because you started the show today talking about that interview with Henry Winkler, which stayed with you.
Yeah.
About giving kids the confidence to like, know they're good at something. Because there are kids that are just great at things.
Yes.
And then there are kids where it's like a little bit harder to figure out what it is you love.
Right, trying to find out. It's like, I remember, this sounds so dumb, but when I played basketball in junior high, I remember I hit a shot, and I remember what it felt like making it. And someone said, oh my gosh, you're good at that. Now, was I good at it? Probably not. Was it the luckiest shot? Probably, but I thought that. So, and I was tall.
It was enough to have you continue in
so they
something.
were like, you're tall and you made that shot. I was like, oh my gosh, I can do it. So I practiced, I went to camp, I dreamt about it. Like, you know, it became one of those self-fulfilling things.
It's so funny because I think it kind of shows the type of kids we were, that we weren't the kids that were great in everything, or at least I wasn't. No. And I had a teacher, a 4th grade teacher, maybe a 5th grade teacher, Miss Cunningham, and I wrote a short story, and I started really loving to write, and I loved reading. I loved English always. I was an English major. And she said to me, like, you're a good writer. She said you're good. She had to look past, like, because I wasn't a great speller. I wasn't a great student, but she saw that, like, my ideas were there. And she said, you just got to keep reading. Read all the great books.
And you know
And hearing that,
you must have been like
one sentence
back straight
my
up.
Life. Yes.
And you know what's funny? Even when you get older, you need confidence. Because I remember I was working in Illinois at a local station, and I always thought my stories were so-so. They were okay. Like I would interview people, and you'd write and edit your own piece. So I went to this seminar, and it was with tons of people from Chicago, all the big markets. I was in Moline. Anyway, they're like, so everyone submit a story. So I wrote my story and I turned it in, and it was like hundreds of people there, and I'll never forget it. The guy went through and he goes, this is the one I like. And he read my story, and I'll never forget it because I promise you, mine would have been, I would have thought in the bottom third. I freaked out. But even then, you need someone to say, this is how you use natural sound. This is how you pick the sound bite. This is how you write the... I was like high as a kite. I couldn't believe it. I was like, he picked mine? Like, why did he pick mine? But I think even as grown-ups, as we age,
true. And when you
still
hear things from anybody, like if Henry's like, gosh, so you just handled that like really well with the kids, or I heard him like say to a friend, she's a really good mother. Like hearing that, I don't say that to myself.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it's really interesting, like how we speak to ourselves versus what other people say.
And the influence they have, because all of a sudden we're like, oh, I did handle that right. Oh,
I am. And you still, you know you are deep down, but it's like, I wish that we could talk to ourselves the way that like Miss Cunningham or that person, like why can't we talk to ourselves the way that the kindest teachers do?
I know. Boy, the way. Okay,
should we work on that?
Yep, something else to work on.
Okay, that's
it. The list. All right, that's it for this episode of Today Talks. Keep watching. We got more Today All Day.
let's dig into this because there are some people who, through this pandemic, everything has kind of been on hold. But for you, I mean, I'm reading about all of these things. I mean, projects, startups. I mean, what has this year been like for you, navigating COVID and creating?
I mean, like so many of us, it put me on pause. For me, it was just about kind of distracting myself and at least being able to control the work that I did. You can't control anything in the outside world. And I think once I accepted that, I was just like, what I can control is the work that I do, my output, the projects that I'm involved in, who I can help. And that's kind of what I made my mandate for the past year. And thankfully, production started ramping back up in some instances. People started to figure out how to shoot things safely, how to gather safely. And once those parameters were met, I was like, okay, I can work.
So let's go back a little bit for people who may not know your story. A lot of us do, but some people may not. And they see you now and they see this glamorous, successful person on their screens. But I know that it hasn't always been that way. And you're very unapologetic about talking about that. I just read this morning that sometime in life you mispronounced Tupac's name. I don't even know how that's possible. I don't even.
Well, it's possible when you're a nerd like me. Yes, that was a real thing.
But tell me this, do you still feel like you're that awkward girl or do you feel like you've blossomed? Like, where are you now? Where's your headspace?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely still feel that way. I constantly just have to accept that this is what I'm gonna be. I was just saying the other day, like when people meet me, it's equally devastating for me, for them to think that like, oh, I'm meeting somebody cool. And then to like watch them see like, oh, she doesn't know how to be a person. And like, oh, what is this? It's just, I think I've just come to accept that that's who people are gonna get. But it's been a journey. And I think part of my journey has been that acceptance of just like, yes, I'm this socially uncomfortable, awkward person, and I'm gonna just put it in my work. And it's really comforting to know that there's so many other people out here like that. I think I've just kind of found my community by accepting it too.
When you launched Awkward Black Girl, I was just looking, was it 10 years ago?
It was 10 years ago. We just had our 10th anniversary, February 3rd, which is wild.
Did you ever imagine what it could become? Some people say, yes, I could. Others say, no, this is beyond my wildest dreams. What about for you?
I'm others. I'm definitely like this. I made this just so I could stop talking mess because I was complaining a lot about like what I wasn't seeing on TV. And, this was creating a character and a world to be like, if I can do it, then I know mainstream TV can do it. And so I was even surprised after the first episode. Then I was like, oh God, I gotta write more and catch up. So to see the impact that it's even had 10 years later, to see what it's, birthed, I did try to use it as a way to kind of get into the industry. And so that was something where I was like, it happened, but not like this, no.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It's so interesting. I watched your masterclass yesterday, which was phenomenal because I didn't know what to expect with those. Sometimes I didn't know, is somebody just going to kind of give us a little speech? Or are they really giving us the nuggets, the X's and O's? And you really kind of zoom in, and it made me recognize that this is a craft, and you have been at this for a very long time, even before Awkward Black Girl. I mean, this is something it seems like you've always wanted to do, isn't it?
Definitely. I've always wanted to tell stories and have kind of learned by doing. Thank you for watching the class, by the way.
I'm Issa Rae, and this is my masterclass.
It was such an incredible experience to even do it because, when you're in it, you feel like, well, what am I going to teach? Because I'm still learning myself. But the team there and the producers there really extract like everything that you've been through and everything that you do know. And I was like, okay, I do feel equipped to teach this. And at least, I'm all about sharing all the resources, all the tools that I have so that you can make it. And I didn't have formal training. And so I feel like this class is very friendly for people who are just like, you know what, I want to try it. I want to see what I can do. And I don't know where to start. So shout out to Masterclass for giving me a chance to teach.
You know what you talked about that resonated with me that I didn't even realize is when you talked about the 90s, there were so many sitcoms that highlighted African-American families and not even just families, living single or what have you. And I thought about it when you were talking about it. It was like, there was a time when I wanted to be Rudy Huxtable. I would do my hair like Rudy. Then I wanted to be Denise. Then I wanted to go to Hillman. And now if somebody calls me Claire, I'm like...
Dang! Claire's still a compliment, though. But dang.
No, but for me, I'm like,
that is a range.
Me? Yes, our little brown children. Thank you. That's me. And I'm not even kidding. Yeah. Like, that's the truth. But the point is, though, that you talk about the power of representation, right? And so now we're in a new phase of life, which I guess is why, Insecure speaks to a lot of people. But talk to me about that, because there was a time when those shows went away in the 90s that we kind of had a void. What was that impact for you?
That impact was like, what happened? Why? Like, I know that these shows are possible to exist. And reality television, bless reality television's heart, it's really entertaining, but that ended up kind of being the sole representation for Black people, Black women. And that was kind of disturbing to me because it didn't show how multifaceted we are. I didn't know a lot of people, my friends weren't like the women that were portrayed on television. And again, it's entertainment, and that's not a knock on those women, but we were just more than that. And I missed seeing our simple stories on screen, and to see that, when I think about white representation, it spans like that's the gamut. Like they get everything, and so I wanted that for us too. And so I think that a lot of people were feeling that way at the time, and I think that's why you even see a renaissance now of so much content, and we have such a long way to go.
Are we in a renaissance? Like sometimes people talk about the Harlem Renaissance or different phases in history. Are we in a content renaissance, you think, with social media and YouTube? I mean, there's so many places where you can find content.
We're in a content renaissance for sure. I don't know if it's a Black renaissance. It's definitely not a people of color renaissance, because we were barely scratching the surface there. But it's coming, it's developing. And I think, with all these different platforms and the way of streamlining it, there's only so much you can continue to offer the same type of show over and over again. So you have to expand the stories. We're hungry.
What happened in between Awkward Black Girl and Insecure? Is there a time in your life that we just don't know about? I mean, was there a hustle there? Or was somebody like, knock, 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 hey, you're great, let's put you on? Like, what was in between there?
Lots of messing up, lots of learning lessons, Between Awkward Black Girl and Insecure, I got offers to turn Awkward Black Girl into a television show. But, we had so much online, or some people just wanted to replace the cast, or they just didn't understand it, or they wanted to franchise it to make it international. In one instance where they were like, we could do Awkward Indian Boy, we could do Awkward Israeli Girl. And I was like, that's missing the point. Then I had an opportunity to work with ABC and mess that up, which I talk about in my masterclass, is like, oh, this was my one shot to transition from YouTube to television, and I messed up. I was creating more web series. I got to work with Tracy Edmonds on a show. So there were so many things. I wrote a book. There were so many things that I was doing in between that time just to kind of exercise my creative muscles and stay afloat. But I was deathly afraid that kind of awkward Black girl was all I was going to end up having to offer.
How do you know when something is right? It's the right project, because there's certainly no shortage of offers at this point. How do you know in your gut this is something?
I very much make what I want to see. I participate in what I want to be a part of. That's down to every television and film project that I do. Do I want to see it? Do I want to be in it? Do I think my friends would find it funny? That's every business, that I take part in. So that would be like with the coffee shops. I write out of coffee shops. I wanted a neighborhood coffee shop and I had to leave. So, invested in Hilltop, and now we have one in Inglewood and View Park and Eagle Rock. And those are my communities. I think about, hair is such a big part of my life. And so, having Sienna Naturals has been an incredible experience because it's about like taking care of my hair, which is something that I've learned. So anything that I take part in is something that I feel that I would need and use and want to see.
Speaking of hair, can we talk about how Insecure your hair is different? There for a while, like every scene, I was like, "Ooh, what's she gonna do now?" Which has nothing to do, I guess, with the plot, but it's just
not at all,
right? But that's what I'm saying. There are just so many ways that you're speaking to people without even speaking, if that makes any sense.
No, which I appreciate. I have to shout out my hairstylist, Felicia Leatherwood, who is really, it's been a hair journey. You talk about 10 years, you look at my hair in Awkward Black Girl, I had just shaved my head because I was tired of it. And with Insecure, we really wanted to just showcase the different things that you can do with natural hair because, when it comes to representation, it's so hard to see 4C hair, 4D, all of these specific textures of hair aren't necessarily seen as beautiful. And so being able to showcase that and also, have a hair product where it's encouraging being able to take care of textured hair just felt like it goes hand in hand. It's always been a passion of mine and it's been a part of my identity.
So wait, the hair product, are the products out now?
The products are out now. Sienna Naturals. They're in Target and Nordstrom. You can go cop them. That if you use the Happy shampoo and you aren't happy afterwards, if you're not like, oh my hair, God, what happened? Then complain, but you won't. Okay. So yes, you can get them at Target and Nordstrom. Shout out to the founder, Hannah Jope, who I watched her create those products in her kitchen. It has to be 10 years ago now? No, about 8 years ago now. And to see her develop the products over time with textured hair in mind and make them the best that they can be has been incredible. And now, on set, that's all I use.
Let's go.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
So before we start a new chapter, we're closing the chapter after 5 years or 5 seasons on Insecure. I guess there's nothing I could say that would reverse that. I'm like sad. I'm sad.
No, you're gonna make me sad if you reverse it. What are you talking about?
Because there's so many of us who don't. Well, what are we gonna do? It's like we wait for it. I guess, are you ready to let it go?
I'm definitely ready to let it go. I knew that I wanted to end it after 5 seasons, and I feel like I'm really proud of this season that we're telling now, like we're shooting now. It's so much fun, and it's made me appreciate the show in a different way. But yeah,
so
I'm ready.
Lawrence gonna like trot off in the sunset somewhere?
Is that what you want?
I think so. Yes, that's what I would like, Issa.
Well, I guess you just have to watch
That's
season
what I
5.
would like. Do you worry what people, I guess I'm sure you don't. I probably know the answer to this question. I mean, people are invested. I mean, you've seen it.
Yeah.
Like they are almost, sometimes it's like y'all that they're acting. I mean, but it's right.
Do I worry? Yes, I worry, because I know like it's a story that, you know, is going to come to an end. And even in the room, it's you know, it's hard. It's hard not to think about that. I think the first 4 seasons, it was easier to be like, okay, whatever, tune the audience out. It's great that they love the show. They have their opinions, but we just want to tell a story. But to end the show is different. So yes, I worry, but like the story at the end of the day, it's going to be my story. So
do you know, is it done? Like, do you know?
It's done. I mean, yeah, we're shooting it right now, but it's done.
But what's gonna be is gonna be.
What's good?
I'm like trying to look your big, beautiful brown eyes. I'm like trying to see if I can see any kind of like. Lord,
what's gonna be is gonna be.
Okay, it's interesting. I read that you and Insecure showrunner Prentice Penny met every year over poolside drinks, and you were talking about the upcoming season.
RIP poolside drinks. We did not do that this season. We had to do poolside Zooms. And it was, you know, we made the best of it, but I love that man so much. And he's taught me so much about running a room. Like even I'm working on a new show now, and the showrunner is also someone who has come out of the Insecure room, and we've learned so much from him and his process. And he's really just inspired kind of I think a legacy of writers. But yes, I think that Insecure will not die because it will produce so many other shows.
That's the good way to put it. Okay, so let me pivot as we come to a close here. For as much as you put yourself out there, you're also very private in many ways. Where is your line? I remember, was it the cover of, I think it was Essence, and people were like, "Ooh, Issa had on a ring," and you know, everybody's, you know, looking.
Yep.
Where's your line?
That is my line. I think I'm always like, I don't want people to know too much like that I don't want to put out there. I think just via characters. I also don't want people, I want people to be able to separate me from the characters, which I made a huge mistake about with Insecure by even naming the character Issa. Because
you think so?
You know, people call me cheater. They like, there's so many things that they just, by way of like, they're just calling the character name, which happens to be me. And, you know, it is a past version of me. So in that way, I would have named her like Isabel or some other name. I should have done better. But yeah, I think, you know, my personal life is just that. It's personal.
So then what has been, I guess, if I were to say the biggest surprise of your career so far, what would it be?
You know, I came into this like wide-eyed, excited about, you know, my heroes, and to know that I have not been disappointed by a hero. I will say I have such a great community of women in this industry who have embraced me, who have, you know, tried to guide me, who have served as blueprints, and the women that I mess with deeply believe in and want the best for our communities. And I love that. So that's been a surprise, because you hear like, don't meet your heroes, people are fake. And I have not had that experience. So that has been a pleasant surprise.
And it seems like you're a giver. I mean, you kind of touched on this already, but there's some people who I almost feel like they hide the wealth of the information. I feel like for you, what's your thought? You just put it out there, and because what's for you is for you, or how do you navigate, especially with other women?
Yeah, I'm definitely like, why am I holding on to this knowledge, these resources, whatever? I've never believed in that. It's always been so ugly for people to be like, well, I got it. I don't know. You got to figure it out. And it's so much more fun and rich when, we can all kind of work alongside each other and help each other out. And in many cases, people have done the same for me of just like, hey, I applied to this program, you should apply too. And so, yeah, I think that's just a natural philosophy for me.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
You have so many projects going on. When you lay your head down on the pillow at night, are you able to put it all on hold, pause? Is it all going?
It's definitely ongoing, but at night, like I fall asleep. I can fall asleep anywhere. I'm a person, I don't know about you, like fall asleep on the plane.
Now, actually.
Exactly.
No problem.
So that's kind of me. I have done this thing. I had to do this thing where I listen to sounds at night.
Okay.
I changed from like listening to the ocean and rain to listening to.
Don't say bugs.
No, ew, no.
Well, I didn't know if you're gonna be like, girl, crickets.
Absolutely not. So I can like dream about them.
Yeah, no, I didn't know podcast was gonna come out. My bad. I interrupted. Podcast. So you're listening.
Crickets is a good guess.
Yeah.
Maybe I will try that.
No,
Crickets have a smoothie.
Oh, so you're listening to words of wisdom.
Yeah, in some cases, or words of destruction. You know what's also really soothing for me, oddly enough, and I think I just saw like an article headline about it. Murder, crime documentaries. I don't know what it is. I know. Okay, I should share that.
But you're not alone. Honestly, look, I host episodes of Dateline on OWN sometimes, and I get more people saying, girl, I saw you on doing Dateline. And I'm like, the spouse did it. Like, y'all keep watching it.
Like, the spouse, that's literally my genre, is the spouse did it. I think that's what's comforting about it. I know how this is going to end.
So you're not alone. All right, so here's a question for you then. How do you recharge? When you have so many projects, you have so much going on, what fills your cup?
What fills my cup is Prosecco or wine.
Fair enough, literally.
So that that definitely helps to relax me. I love like listening to a good book, reading a good book, watching television, not necessarily movies. I like to be immersed in a world, and that's kind of where that's where I live. Like I love that. That's how I relax.
So then it's when we see people make it, sometimes you assume that the people, never have to worry again, or they feel like, oh, I've made it. But clearly it seems like you are always evolving. I
am, but it just comes from a desire to want to keep learning and want to see what else I can do to try to do more. So that's just kind of been, I think that's a part of me.
All right, lightning round, last thing. You ready? Rapid fire. Favorite character you've ever written?
Favorite character I've ever written is baby voice Darius in Awkward Black Girl.
Derek? Mantra you live by?
Give to the world your best, and the best will come back to you.
Oh, I like that. Guilty pleasure?
Crime documentaries.
Favorite way to unwind?
I mean, drinking.
Have you ever done lavender infused simple syrup?
No.
Ooh. You just get some fresh lavender and you just boil it and make it a simple syrup and you pour that in the Prosecco.
Ooh, I just learned that for rosemary and didn't think to do it with anything else. So I'm 100% gonna do that.
Lavender.
I love that.
Lavender, you're welcome. The TV character you're most like?
Khadijah from Living Single.
Oh, Khadijah, I haven't heard that in a while. TV character you most want to be like?
Denise from Cosby Show. Yeah, I dress like. Denise was kind of aloof.
Oh,
but
okay.
I want Denise's fashion. Who I want to be like? I would say like Maxine from Living Single.
Maxine. Living Single was...
It was monumental.
Yeah. I was like, oh, I want to live. I didn't know that existed. Like you could live single on your own. Don't let me get started. Okay. Texting or talking?
Texting. No, talking in person. I'm sorry. Talking
in person. Four more. Who inspires you the most?
Debbie Allen.
Oh, yeah. I was able to tell her how much I loved her the other day.
She's incredible.
She's everything. Best hype music?
Lil Scrappy, No Problem.
Haha. Favorite food?
Gumbo and Chebugin.
Oh. Favorite drink?
Prosecco.
Place you
Prosecco with vodka.
Cheers. Place you do your best thinking?
In the shower.
Last three. Word to live by for 2021?
Tomorrow's a better day.
Ooh, amen. Thing you're most looking forward to post-pandemic?
I cannot wait to throw a lit ass house party. Cannot wait.
House parties. Remember those?
Yes.
The last question. What's the one question you never get asked that you wish someone would ask you?
Do you want to get some food on me?
What?
I just wish people would ask that more.
Like, do you want to say the question again?
Do you want to get some food on me?
Oh, like on me.
Like
I'll pay for it.
I mean, the other way works too. I could have said that better. It needed some commas.
Well, because you remember the Sex and the City episode with Samantha and the sushi? I don't know.
Yes. Wasn't that in the movie? When she was
maybe. No, you're right. It was a movie. No, you're right. It was in the movie. And so I was like, is that a scene? Like, are you trying?
I mean, it could be. I'm not mad at that either. If the food is free.
If the food is free. Thank you so much. I hope I talk to you again. Like you were so good.
I hope I see you in person again. And thank you so much for this interview.
Thank you. God bless.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking. Who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today, with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Hey, Today All Day, coming up on Hashtag Cooking, Samadada is sharing her favorite dinner recipes that also make great leftovers. If you happen to be dining solo, these weeknight meals are hearty, healthy, and best of all, pretty easy to make, and you'll have a lot to share.
I just love the smell of ginger and garlic together. It reminds me of my mom. Aw. It was so cute of me. Sometimes it kind of feels like you need an occasion to cook. But guess what? You don't need to be going to a dinner party to make delicious food for yourself. So you know what? A party for one? It's hashtag still a party. So I'm gonna show you how to get this party started with my delicious, flavorful best dal ever and a crunchy, creamy kale salad. Dal is a staple in Indian cooking. It was always on my dinner table growing up, thanks to my mom. My mom and I still shop for our lentils at Indian markets, but you can get them wherever you get your groceries. Little tip for cooking lentils, super important to always rinse them before you cook them. You want to rinse them until the water runs clear so we get rid of any debris, and then we're going to soak them. This will allow it to cook faster, and you can soak them either overnight or at least up to 30 minutes. I have my pre-soaked lentils here, and now all I'm going to do is drain the water out, like so. Get any residual lentils out. Can't leave any behind. They'll feel left out. Okay, we're gonna let these hang out for a bit while we prepare the base of our dal. I've heated my stove to medium heat, and now I'm just gonna add a little bit of olive oil, let that heat up, and then I'll work on my onions, garlic, and ginger. Adding a bit of olive oil here. Let that heat up. And now, I'm gonna talk about my aromatics. So, onions, garlic, and ginger. I cannot imagine any dal without these base ingredients. They're the aromatics that really impart a lot of flavor. It's gonna become really deep and rich and flavorful, especially when paired with a fat like olive oil. I've got one whole onion that I've diced here, and I'm just gonna add it into my oil. We love that sizzle. And I just wanna saute the onions until they're nice and tender and translucent. I'm adding them separately away from the ginger and garlic because I don't want these guys to burn while I cook them with onions. So while my onions are cooking, I'm gonna work on my ginger and garlic. By work on, I mean grate them. I'm using 5 cloves of garlic here because I love a garlic moment. If that scares you, you can take it down a notch, but I'm always gonna keep it up a notch. I'm just grating this on a microplane until they're nice and really fine. Grating the garlic this fine is gonna allow it to impart a lot of flavor onto this dal, especially when paired with those onions. I'm gonna be grating these forever. Don't neglect your onions, okay? You wanna make sure these are happy too. Love garlic. I love garlic. No shame in my garlic game. That's why I'm adding 5. 5 cloves. We're starting off strong. This recipe is truly one of my favorite plant-based meal options because it's super flavorful, but it's also packed with protein from the lentils, really warming spices. It's one of my favorites. I can't believe I'm microplaning and also looking at a camera. I love that for me. Okay. Garlic there. Now it's time for our ginger. Again, we can't neglect our onions. We want them to be tender and translucent and a little bit golden before we add the garlic and the ginger, just so we have already some caramelization going on before we hit the garlic and onions. Microplaning the garlic and the ginger is nice because it almost forms this paste, so it's gonna be really easy to cook in with our onions as well. Going with my ginger. Ginger is super healthy for you, and actually so is garlic. I just love the smell of ginger and garlic together. It reminds me of my mom. Aw. It was so cute of me. I know my heart is warm too. Don't worry, I'm still grating this ginger. You can leave, I'll still be here grating ginger. This is why I have only one bicep on my right arm. Because of my ginger grating skills. When you cook the onions and garlic and ginger in a fat like olive oil, it's gonna really break down those flavors so it becomes super flavorful and aromatic. We want that when we're pairing it with something like a dal. I'm all done with my ginger. Got my ginger, garlic, minced, grated situation here. My onions are looking tender, translucent, a little golden around the edges. So now it's the perfect time to add my ginger and garlic. You can see how it's kind of a paste. This is gonna be great for that flavor. I'm gonna cook the garlic and ginger in with the onions until all of the flavors really incorporate and it starts to brown a little bit. It smells so good. Now that my garlic and ginger have started to brown in with the onions, I'm gonna add my masala, or my spices. My favorites to use here are my cayenne, my turmeric, cumin, and coriander. It's really important that you do roast these spices because you don't want that raw smell or that raw taste. You want it to be super well browned so that it's aromatic. It smells so good. Now that my masala smells really nice, excuse me. Now that my masala smells really nice and toasty, I'm gonna go ahead and add my tomato paste. I'm using tomato paste here because I really like to impart that really deep tomato flavor, and when you brown this tomato paste, it's gonna taste so good. When you're cooking the tomato paste, you want it to turn a very deep, dark red brick color. And again, nobody likes that raw tomato taste or smell, so you wanna really cook it through. Now that I've cooked my tomato paste in with my masala, it's time to add my crushed tomatoes. I'm using canned tomatoes here. There is no shame here. I love a canned tomato. I love convenience. You can use diced tomatoes as well. I love a canned tomato moment. I think especially if you're cooking for one, there's no reason why you shouldn't use what's already in your pantry. You want to cook these tomatoes for about 3 to 5 minutes until they reduce and darken in color. Cooking the tomatoes in with the onions, garlic, ginger, and spices is going to allow it to be a lot more flavorful. Lentils themselves don't have a ton of flavor on their own, so that's why adding all of these different ingredients and spices is going to be really delicious for the actual dal itself. I'm going to season with a bit of salt and pepper here. Now I'm going to add some vegetable broth. And now we're going to add some coconut milk. Instead of using a cream or a ghee or a butter, we're using coconut milk to give that same really delicious creamy flavor, but without the dairy. Now we're just waiting for it to come to a boil. We're just waiting. We're a little impatient, but we're waiting. We're almost there. We're making progress. I love adding coconut milk to lentils because it makes them super creamy. It looks like we're boiling. Now that we're boiling and in business, I'm gonna reduce to a simmer and let it cook for 5 more minutes. Smells so good. Now we're gonna add our lentils. We're gonna simmer this for about 30 minutes until the lentils are soft and the curry gets really nice and thick. It looks so creamy already. Just wait till it's done though. All right, see you later.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Yes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Been about 30 minutes, so you know what that means. My dal should be ready. It's looking so nice, so thick and delicious, but there are a couple more things that I want to add. I'm gonna add in a little bit of sneaky spinach. This is not really traditional, but I do like to sneak some greens in where I can. Just chopped it up. Gonna add that straight in there and stir it up until it wilts. Going in there. So you're just gonna stir the spinach in until it wilts. Look at how thick that is. It looks so good. And the green adds some nice contrast to the red and yellow lentils, so it looks really aesthetically pleasing as well. Ooh, it looks so pretty. I'm also gonna add some fresh lemon juice, just for some acidity. You've got a lot of heavy flavors here, so it's really nice to add a bit of tang at the end. Straight into my pot. We love a little lemon zing. Mix that lemon juice straight in there. I'm gonna finish this all off by adding some fresh cilantro. The tender stems are okay, but I like to remove the thicker stems because those are a bit more bitter. You can totally chop this if you'd like, but I'm just gonna tear it roughly, because I kind of like those big pieces of cilantro. Oh, it's so pretty. Almost too pretty to eat. Keyword almost. And now it's time for me to serve myself. This dal is super versatile because you can eat it straight up as a soup, or you can also serve it with some naan or some rice. Look at how thick that is too. Ooh, it's so creamy. Here's my sneaky spinach. Can't leave them behind. And then to garnish, I'm just gonna add a little bit more cilantro on top. Just a little for the picture, you know? This looks so pretty. I have to send a picture to my mom. She's gonna be so proud of me. Oh, and I gotta get that naan and rice in there too. This is such a party for one. Like, I love this for me. This is an amazing dish because it stores really well too, so you can totally freeze it or keep it in the fridge for up to a week. I think it is time for me to taste it. I'm gonna go in straight up. I think my mom and I need to have a dal off. It was really good. I think this would impress her. Don't mind me while I take another few bites of this dal, but next I'm gonna show you a kale salad that you are absolutely going to love. So good.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts. go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. And there you go.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You might be thinking, another kale salad? Sama, did we really need another kale salad? And to that, I say yes, we need this one. It is my favorite creamy, crunchy, savory kale salad that's really gonna make you want to eat your greens. The first step that we're gonna do to make this salad is make our croutons. This is a great way to use up any of your leftover stale bread. Your stale bread is not destined for the trash, it's destined to be croutons. All right. Here's my loaf of bread. I'm just gonna slice this up, dice it a bit, and then we're gonna season it. When you're slicing bread, always remember to use a serrated knife so that I can cut through the bread a lot easier. So I really like nice, thick, and crunchy croutons, so I'm gonna cut the bread slices pretty thick so we can get it there. Should be good. Now I'm just gonna dice up these slices of bread. There's nothing better than a crouton in a salad. It really just adds that nice, crunchy, savory element. Plus, I will really just eat bread like whenever I can get an opportunity. This is a great opportunity. Sourdough croutons are my favorite because it's got that nice tang, and with the savory elements that we're gonna add, like the spices, it's gonna be so good. I'm one of those people that likes the end piece of a loaf of bread. They exist. I'm one of them. Now that I've got my croutons, all I'm gonna do is drizzle them with some olive oil and then season with salt, pepper, and red pepper flakes. Seasoning with some salt, some pepper. You can use your favorite seasonings here as well, but I love these three. Now I'm just gonna toss them. And you know what? This is a dinner for one, me being the one. So I'm just gonna toss this with my hands. Make sure the olive oil and spices really nicely coat the bread. These look nice and evenly seasoned, so now I'm just gonna transfer them to my parchment lined pan. I wanna make sure that these are nice and spread out so they get a really crisp and even bake. So I might even reserve some of these to bake off later so I can get that nice crisp crouton. Now, I'm just gonna throw them in the oven for 10 to 15 minutes at 425 degrees. Make sure you stir them once during baking.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Well, guess what? My croutons are done. They look nice and golden and crisp. So I'm just gonna let them hang out and cool while I make my dressing. For the base of my salad dressing, I'm using tahini. If you don't know what tahini is, it's simply sesame seeds that have been ground up into a paste that's similar in texture to a peanut butter. It is my favorite savory grounding base for sauces and dressings. To my tahini, I'm gonna add a little bit of mustard, just for a bit of flavor. I'm gonna add some extra virgin olive oil, just a little. I'm gonna add some fresh lemon juice to this dressing to balance out the earthiness of the tahini. I also love a little tang in my dressings. It's gonna be so good. You want your salad dressing to be really bright and flavorful, especially when we're pairing it with a tougher green like a kale. All right, my lemon is in. I'm gonna whisk this a bit. Okay. Now I'm gonna add some of my spices. Got some freshly ground black pepper. Some salt. And for a little bit of spice, this seems to be the trend, some red pepper flakes. Now I'm just gonna whisk all of this together. You'll notice that this dressing is starting to seize, which means that it's becoming a little bit difficult to mix. So all we're gonna do is add a little bit of cold water to help everything come together. You can add more or less water to get the dressing to your desired consistency. To me, a tahini-based dressing is really similar to a Caesar dressing, so I really like to use it on kale because there's nothing better than a really delicious kale Caesar. Look at how creamy this is. And no dairy. This looks really delicious and creamy to me. So I'm gonna set this aside and get to work on my kale. To prepare my kale, all I'm gonna do is remove these tough stems. I don't love these stems because they're a little bit too fibrous, so I really don't want them at my party. You can just tear it straight off and discard the stems. You could use a knife to chop this up, but tearing it is a lot more fun. Kale is a really good salad green because it's got all of these ridges that allow the dressing to really get all up in there. See ya. I like to keep the kale in bigger pieces here because when I marinate it in the dressing, it's gonna wilt down a little. I'm a kale whisperer. We're making kale fun again. Really? You thought you didn't need another kale salad? You were wrong. This is the only kale salad you'll ever need. And I'm not biased at all. This is completely impartial. It's not like this is my favorite kale salad or anything. Again, you could have definitely used a knife, but I just made the life choice not to. It's a lot more fun to tear it. Just gonna add my kale to my bowl. And this is where this dinner for one party gets really fun. I get to become a kale masseuse. I'm gonna add this dressing into my kale and just massage it so the dressing gets all up into the ridges of the kale. Pouring that dressing straight in there, okay? And now I'm just gonna use my hands, they are clean, and massage my kale. Massaging your kale is super important because it helps to break down those tough fibers in the kale, and it really gets the dressing all evenly coated inside the kale. Look at it! The dressing is already coating it super nicely and it's becoming even softer. Okay, I got a little bit too excited massaging the kale, so now I'm gonna go rinse my hands off. The kale has really had a nice massage. It's feeling super zen, so it's time to set it aside and I'm gonna prepare my add-ins. So I'm adding some tomatoes into the salad to add those really nice bursts of sweetness, and it's gonna complement both the kale and the dressing really nicely. You can use grape tomatoes here, you can use cherry tomatoes. I find that these are a lot nicer and sweeter, so that's why it's gonna be a great complement to this kale salad. That kale is so lucky though, it got a super long massage. My favorite part about this kale salad is that you've got a lot of crunchy elements like these sunflower seeds and the croutons, and some creamy elements like these beans and avocado. So I'm gonna go ahead and dice my avocado. So pretty. To dice this, I'm gonna dice it in the skin. So I'm just going to create the dicing inside so it makes it a lot easier to scoop right out and into my salad. I'm creating little hashtags in honor of hashtag cooking, and then I'm gonna add it into my salad. Scoop it straight out. Make sure you get all the way to the peel, to the skin, so that you can remove the avocado easily, like so. Okay, this avocado is a bit resistant. It's fine. All right, another half. Now we're moving on to another creamy component, my beans. These are gonna be really delicious because they're gonna add some protein, but also be super velvety and creamy in the salad. Add these straight in. I'm using white beans or cannellini beans here, but you can use whatever bean you'd like. Now I'm gonna add some sunflower seeds for another crunchy textural element. I'm gonna reserve some for the top. You can even use pumpkin seeds here if you'd like. And finally, for my croutons. Perhaps the reason you're interested in the salad in the first place? So these guys? I won't tell. I'm like kind of there with you. I'm just kidding, I love everything in this salad. I'm gonna reserve some croutons for the top as well, just to get that crunchiness. Now I'm gonna toss. Now I'm just gonna toss my salad together. There's so many fun elements going on here. It's a very exciting salad. And it's kind of pretty too. You got the tomatoes, which are nice and bright. Avocado. To finish it off, I'm gonna add some sunflower seeds on top. We're a little bit about aesthetics here. Not gonna front. And some croutons too. And this is my kale salad dinner for one, which also means that I can eat out of this bowl and no one's really gonna know or care because it's just me. This is such a glamorous kale salad that I cannot eat it without taking a picture first. This will inspire any kale hater or kale skeptic to eat their kale, I promise. Just try it out. Now it's my turn to try it out. And even if I don't finish this all right now, this stores super well because it's just gonna marinate in its dressing for longer and get even more flavorful. Here I go. You just gotta get a little bit of everything. Some of the kale, the crouton, the tomato. Maybe it's too much for me to get a bit of everything, but I'm gonna try. Okay. I really am trying to get a bit of everything and it's not gonna work. Will it work? Okay. Here I go. Yeah. I mean, crunch from the sunflower seeds. Wait, I need a crouton. Really crunchy. So good. Can you hear that? You can hear that? You know what? I think there are gonna be a lot of kale converts after they try the salad.
We are back. I'm Anthony Contrino, and it is time to get saucy. We've got a brand new kitchen and new episodes coming your way this summer. Tune in to Today All Day, Mondays at 11 a.m.
It has been 5 years since we lost an American icon, boxing legend and civil rights advocate Muhammad Ali.
Well, now a new documentary looks at how the death of the greatest galvanized and brought people together.
It's called City of Ali, and it premiered last week in Ali's hometown of Louisville, Kentucky.
The documentary reminds us of his impact through accounts from his wife, Lonnie, friends, reporters like myself who were witnesses to history, and one of his daughters, Rashida Ali. We live in a time now where there are so many things that divide us. I always remember how unified we were in celebrating the life and legacy of Muhammad Ali.
I had no idea that I was going to see people in the streets lined up. People were shouting, "Thank you." I think it meant, thank you for sharing him.
And Rashida Ali joins us now. Rashida, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming on this morning.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning.
You know, you said something that caught my attention. You said that there are moments that you don't even recall from the day your father was laid to rest there in Louisville back in 2016. But you clearly remember seeing those fans lining the streets in droves to celebrate his life. Why were you so surprised at the outpouring of love for the greatest?
I knew Daddy's just Daddy to me and my kids and my siblings. So he's just Daddy to us. And we knew he was great and we knew he was amazing. But I think we were all shocked and surprised to see that, we drove 20 miles from the funeral home to his final resting place in Cave Hill Cemetery. So for 20 miles, I don't think we ever expected to see people lined up toe to toe, all different races, nationalities, ages, religions, social economic groups. You couldn't see the sidewalk. So for 20 miles, we saw lines and lines of people just waving, saying, thank you, smiling. They had banners. It was such a beautiful thing to watch. I don't think we expect, even my children were like, Daddy, Poppy has it like this. And I said, yeah, Daddy's kind of punk rock. I was surprised myself. I knew he was loved and revered all over the world, but I had no idea it was 100,000 people. Yeah. And there were memory lapse for me because I don't remember people talking to me that day. I don't remember what was going on that whole entire week. Yeah. And first, I'd like to say, I want to give a shout out to Jonathan McHugh, the producer, and the director, Graham Shelby, who invited me to be a part of this project for City of Ali, because it was the first time that I was able to see footage that was going on during a time that was my darkest hour. So things I forgot, I was able to watch in the film. I was able to actually watch this whole thing unfold during my darkest hour personally.
Rashida, he's a larger than life figure. One thing I like about this documentary is it backs it all the way up to where he learned his values and core principles. What did he learn growing up in that pink house from the family and the greater community within his hometown?
Well, my grandmother, Mama Bird, and my grandpa, Papa Cash, they taught him love and honor and respect and loyalty, and they're good people. In the documentary, in the film, you'll see my dad's neighbors. I didn't know my dad was a babysitter for his neighbor down the street. It was so cool that I was able to learn so many wonderful things about my father in this wonderful film, and he was such a warm and caring person. But you'll see why my dad created the Muhammad Ali Center, because he had those values instilled in him at a young age, those confidence, conviction, charity, dedication, respect, spirituality. All of those 6 core principles my dad instilled from his parents, and he used them throughout his whole entire life, and it helped him get through many trials and tribulations.
Wow. Rashida Ali. Rashida, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Past January marked 11 years since an earthquake devastated Haiti. People around the world, you may remember, rushed to help, including two-time Oscar award-winning actor Sean Penn.
Sean and members of his nonprofit organization, now renamed CORE, spent months in Haiti lending a helping hand in any way possible. And it's all been chronicled in a new documentary called Citizen Penn.
Watching these amputations happen, with saws that were taken out of hardware stores or whatever it was. I mean, virtually Civil War medicine stuff that was going on. You're registering faces of human beings that have just taken this incredible hit. And they could be, like I'm looking at you, another adult right now, but you could also be looking at a small child in that situation. And you're, of course, thinking of your own kids.
Well, Sean joins us live this morning, as well as the director and producer of the documentary, Don Hardy. Good morning to both of you, gentlemen. Thanks for joining us.
Morning. Good morning.
You know, Sean, even before this earthquake hit, you were known for your humanitarian work. And I was there covering that earthquake, and I know you can't help but be moved when you saw what happened. Why did you decide to dedicate your attention to this humanitarian crisis?
Really, in so many ways, it was an accident. The intention originally was to stay in Haiti for about 2 weeks. I'd never been to Haiti before, but I'd spoken to some medical leaders there, both with the Haitian Ministry of Health and also Paul Farmer, who's been in Haiti for 25 years, to ask what the immediate needs were. We were able to identify 350,000 vials of morphine. And our notion was to distribute that morphine for because they had no intravenous pain medications for all the traumatic injuries that were happening, and to distribute those over about a 2-week period. And we ended up staying 11 years.
Don, let me bring you in here. You know, we showed this video at the beginning of the interview here, and I think we all remember when it happened and people rushed in to help, but sometimes you worry, for a lot of people, it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. What are you hoping people get from this documentary? Why did you join in?
Yeah, I think that was the real inception of this idea to even go down there. I'd known Sean a bit before the earthquake, and then after it happened, I saw him on newscasts talking about what he was seeing on the ground there in the days and weeks after the earthquake. And I reached out and said, "Do you need somebody to help document this, to try to get clips out to news networks, just to keep it in people's eyes?" And that was really how it started for me. And we weren't really thinking about making a documentary. It was just that urgency to get things out so that people could know what was happening there.
And in fact, Sean, you were at first kind of reluctant to turn this into a documentary. How come?
Well, it's a tricky thing because you know, there's the awkward space of being, in essence, part of the subject of it. And there's also, you know, the way that you are most effective is especially in immediate disaster response, does not always include the kind of civility that you might want portrayed. So you have to, and when you have people that you're negotiating with, if they see a camera present, they're going to question agendas in the space. So it was, I was very cautious. It's why Don is somebody I knew and trusted, not only as a person, but as a filmmaker, that if at some point this was going to represent an archive of a period of time that established core, I wanted to make sure it was in honest hands.
Well, I think they know your heart, and I think that's going to be very clear when people see this documentary.
That's right. Don, thank you so much. Sean, thank you. And thanks for the work you've been doing at the forefront of the pandemic as well with CORE. So we really appreciate it. Our next guest is an NBA legend, a 6-time champion and the league's all-time scoring leader.
But Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's legacy extends far beyond basketball. For decades, he's fought for change and stood up to social injustice.
Now, Kareem is the executive producer and narrator of a new special on the History Channel. It's titled Fight the Power, the Movements That Changed America. It recounts pivotal moments, including some that changed Kareem himself.
One thing that was very instrumental in me having more compassion and trying to understand what's going on beyond my experience had to do with the murder of Matthew Shepard in 1998. He was tortured and left to die out in the freezing cold. Why? Because he was gay? It's the same as what happened with Emmett Till.
Kareem is with us this morning. Good morning, Kareem.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. And we're excited to talk to you about this because this whole docuseries really covers major movements. And I'm wondering if there is a thread, a common trend you see through the movements that have impacted this country through history.
Well, I think the whole idea of protest is probably part of our DNA as Americans, because our country started because we had a very serious problem with being unfairly taxed for tea, and some people who thought they were doing the right thing threw all that tea in Boston Harbor. And that's how it got started, and it ended up with us having our own republic, and it's part of who we are. And I think the whole thing has to do with the fact that no matter what your little niche might be for your little group, at some point, people are going to decide that you don't fit. It works for everybody. Ask any immigrant that has come to this country, they've had a tough time for a while. So we have to understand why people protest and make sure that we do not let oppression become, the rule of law. That should not be part of the rule of law.
Kareem, a lot of folks might not know that before you were a professional basketball player, you had a great interest in journalism. And you actually attended a press conference in 1964 there in Harlem with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. How did that press conference change you?
Well, prior to that press conference, I had never really, I was kind of critical of Dr. King because of the fact that seeing my people beaten and, attacked with dogs and all of the horrors of the civil rights movement. When you see something like that, you want to retaliate. You want to do something to the people who do that to you. And Dr. King understood how Mr. Gandhi used the bullying tactics of the oppressor to embarrass the oppressor and totally disarm the oppressor and the oppressor to deal with you as a human being. And that is the wisest course for Black Americans, because we could not have an insurrection and just fight off all the people that mean us harm. We don't have the number.
This sounds like such a fascinating.
It's all pragmatic.
Yeah, it sounds like such a fascinating documentary. Let me switch gears just for a moment while we have you. A lot of people know the Supreme Court is currently looking at whether student athletes should be compensated for playing sports at the collegiate level. What's your take on that?
I think that student athletes should be compensated. I don't think that we have to make them wealthy, but I think that they should get some type of compensation, because they do a great deal for the universities. The people at the universities get to split up a lot of money. It has supported women's sports. It has done, college sports is a money-making machine, and the people who take all the risk don't get any of the benefit, and I think they should participate a little bit more. I mean, you don't have to make them wealthy, just make it so maybe they can get a nice apartment or put a down payment on a car or something like that.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Oh, we've been excited for this story, this interview. Charlie Brown and the Peanuts gang have been a part of our lives for more than 70 years.
Yeah, and the new documentary, Who Are You, Charlie Brown, offers an in-depth look at the man behind it all, Charles Schulz, better known to his friends and family as Sparky.
The special blends a brand new cartoon with interviews from A-list celebrities, including the biggest Peanuts fan we know.
He was living a quiet life. He built a world around himself that was filled with the things he had loved since he was a kid. Like a skating rink and a baseball field.
Even as successful as he was, I don't know that he got the full depth of the love and devotion people had to him and those characters.
Jean Schulz, Charles Schulz's widow, and the founder of the Charles M. Schulz Museum and Research Center, joining us now this morning. Good morning, Jean.
Good morning, Al, and all of you.
Good morning.
Good to be here.
Well, thank you for being here. Congratulations on this new special. It really is a look into a man that I think a lot of people might be surprised to find out the things that this special reveals. What do you think people will be most surprised about when they watch this?
Oh, maybe his humility, because when you look at 50 years of what he's done and how popular the characters are and how well distributed and well known they are throughout the world, just what sort of a quiet internal man he himself was.
I think this is so cool. I didn't realize, a lot of people may not realize, that he created his own little universe. I mean, he had a compound with all the things he loved, a baseball field, a hockey rink, a cafe, his studio. What made him decide to do that?
I think it happened gradually. The ice arena, he and his wife had enjoyed skating. The ice arena closed down. His wife said, "Why don't we build one?" That happened. Then extra piece of land, Charlie Brown plays baseball. The arena people loved playing baseball. So it all just happened a little bit at a time and just built the world that you now look at.
And Jean, I'd imagine when you dedicate your life to this world, you know, there's kind of an inspiration that goes back and forth. So is Charlie Brown inspired by Charles or vice versa?
Probably Charlie Brown is inspired by Charles Schulz. He put everything he knew and all the people he knew into the comic strip in some kind of transformed way. So it's not a direct that you might write if you were writing a biography, but it's an interpretation.
Jean, children's books come and go, but Peanuts somehow has stayed relevant decade after decade. Sparky drew his last comic strip in 2000, and here we are more than 20 years later. What is it about the Peanuts characters, do you think, that is so lasting?
Well, I think it's because they are like all of us. And I think even in what has happened in the last 20 years or the last 50 years, people are still the same. And people in countries are all the same. They all have sibling rivalry. They all have conflicts with their parents. They have problems at school. They have problems on the playground. And Peanuts is a comfort to those people because it expresses those anxieties and fears and joys. And so it's comforting to people, and that's why it's lasted.
And in fact, you've got 3 new Peanuts holiday specials, the Snoopy Show, which is on Apple TV+. And I got the honor, Jean, to sit in that studio with you and with Sparky a couple of times. And I'd love to see that it's still the same. But what do you miss most about him?
I think that I always wish that I had his wisdom beside me when certain things happen. And I try to tap into what I think he would think so that I represent him well and can be as relatively calm as he was about things as he went through life.
Yeah. Well, you have been a wonderful keeper of the legacy, Jean. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. Who Are You, Charlie
Thank you,
Brown?
Al.
Thank you. Who Are You, Charlie Brown? Streaming now on Apple TV+.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
This morning, we are talking with the NASCAR legend.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. earned 26 career victories, including the 2004 and 2014 Daytona 500s.
Well, now he's back with the second season of his show, Lost Speedways.
It is part history lesson, part treasure hunt, and Dale sets out in search of long-abandoned racetracks in a quest to uncover what could be, what used to be.
When you're talking about the early automobile and how fast they were advancing, Sir Malcolm Campbell's car was literally like an airplane without wings. You know, it just had wheels. Yeah. And to think of him ripping down where we're walking right now, 200, 300 miles per hour is pure insanity. What were the tires made out of?
Can you imagine?
That is so cool. And Dale joins us now live. Dale, I got to say, this has got to feel like almost like a time machine for you. And I know you've done this before.
Yeah, I love going around the country and trying to find abandoned racetracks and why they are abandoned, what's their story, and what they meant to those communities when they were thriving. The best part about it for me is really putting boots on the ground and finding evidence of those tracks. And we find some pretty cool stuff in our hunts. And again, like we get to talk to some legends in our sport. We get to talk to a bunch of people in these communities where these tracks existed, and they're everywhere. We have a map that we've all been working on for over a decade of over 2,000 abandoned tracks in the United States that there's still evidence of the actual racing circuit on the property. So those are the ones we're most interested in, not the tracks that are redeveloped or are no longer there. We look for something that we can show you tangible evidence of the surface or the guardrail or something that would let you know that there was a racetrack there. And the stories that come with those tracks are just amazing. Season 2 is a big step up from Season 1. Season 1 was great. We had a lot of great success with that. But we really improved on our production and editing and everything, storytelling, all that was much better for Season 2.
Well, you've certainly seen hundreds of racetracks. Are there any that have, I guess, stuck with you the most?
Well, going to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina in Season 2 was pretty personal because I raced at that track, and they just closed that racetrack for redevelopment at the end of 2020. So that was very fresh for the community. So when we talk to people that spent a lot of time there either watching races or racing at the racetrack, you can tell in their emotions that it's very difficult for them to see the track go. And going to Texas World Speedway. So most of the lost speedways that we find and talk about and showcase on the show are small half-mile dirt racetracks. But as you see, Texas World Speedway is a 2-mile lost speedway. There's no other 2-mile super speedway that exists that's a lost speedway, abandoned, that exists in the United States. So it's a really amazing visual. When we walked up on top of the grandstands and looked out over Texas World Speedway, it almost takes your breath. And then you do a million questions pop into your mind, like how did this place not survive? What happened here? And we uncover that. We really do. We get to the bottom of just how close Texas World Speedway came to making it. We might still be racing there today, if not for just a few circumstances going the other way.
Yeah. So Dale, you've been out of the race game now for 3 years. We're actually actively racing. You're an NBC analyst covering the track. But do you sometimes think, I could get back behind that wheel. I could do this.
Every day. I feel, I'm 46 years old, and there are a lot of guys that are still racing at this age and still competitive, and I still feel like that I have some unfinished business, and there's that little bit in you that always wonders if you walked away too soon or if you retired from driving full time too soon. I'll probably always wonder about that, but I use that excitement for driving. I use the fact that I miss it. I use that in the broadcast. I want to be out there. I think that energy is good for the broadcast. When I see something happening on the track, I get excited about it. I want to be in that battle. I'm thinking about what that driver's dealing with and how much fun he's having. And I think that helps my work in the booth as an analyst. So I don't think I'm pretty much 99% sure that I'll never go back to full-time driving.
Oh, but there's that 1%. You left the door open, Dale.
There's a maybe.
Well, something you want to tell us?
No. I just think that I hang on to that desire to do it. I hang on to it because I think it helps me in the booth. I don't ever want to be in a position in my life where I don't want to be driving a race car. Yeah. Even if I'm not driving a car full time, I always want that passion for it to be part of me.
Got it.
All right, so he's
we tried.
He's headed to Daytona. It sounds like. All right.
And congrats on the new baby girl, by the way. I guess you don't say new baby.
Oh, thank y'all so much. Everybody's great at home.
Oh, look at those cuties.
Beautiful family. All right, Dale, thanks so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it.
Hello and welcome to Consumer Confidential on Today All Day. I'm NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen. This week, we're looking at some home safety with tips and tricks for easy appliance repairs, cleaning a fireplace, and the importance of having a working carbon monoxide detector. Plus, what you need to know before renting a home share. All that and more coming up on Today All Day.
A private island in Indonesia? You can rent it on Airbnb. Or how about this Irish castle, listed here on Vrbo? In the month of September alone, there were nearly 5 million homes rented on just those two sites. Even Marriott, the largest hotel chain, can't ignore the trend, now offering select homes and villas for rent.
One of the biggest perks of using a home share, the ability to rent something you might not otherwise get to experience. Take, for example, this beautiful home here on Nantucket Island in Massachusetts. We're in a 6-bedroom home. It rents for $25,000 a week, but hang on, it sleeps 14 people. So if you do the math, that actually works out to $255 per night per person, a similar price to what you'd pay for a comparable hotel, but you get all of this shared space in an exclusive location.
And with a kitchen, you have the option to cook meals over multiple days for a big group. Those savings add up. Jeremy Gall is the CEO of Breezeway, a company that helps property managers maintain quality and safety standards for vacation rentals.
What's the advantage of using a home share?
Two big things. There's so much space and the property is so unique. So you get to really enjoy something that's different than when you stay in a hotel.
But that difference also means you should have a safety checklist when renting a home share.
When you first get to a home, what should you be looking for?
Yeah, you're gonna walk in, you're gonna wanna unpack, everybody's excited, but the first thing you should do is just orientate yourself and get aware about the property. Here's a good example. Here's where the fire extinguisher is, and emergency numbers and contact information.
And what about those chemicals under the sink?
Don't expect there's gonna be safety latches on these properties. But if you're traveling with little kids, just be aware and make sure these are all taken care of. Maybe take the time to move them up. In a home, pay particular attention to the smoke detector outside the kitchen. Prior guests might have cooked something smoky and pulled the batteries.
When renting an entire home, consider the unfamiliar features, especially at night.
The #1 accident at vacation homes is trip and fall hazards. This property has a nightlight, but it's always a good idea to bring one with you.
I love this room. I see it has a bunk bed. A lot of home shares have bunk beds. What are the safety tips around bunk beds?
Popular option, kids under 6 shouldn't be in the top bunk.
So this is something a lot of people might not have in their own home, a huge balcony like this with this kind of view.
Yeah, amazing. If you have a balcony like this, you want to look at 3 things: the height, the stability, and the gaps in between the balusters to make sure it's not too wide.
Yeah, good idea if you have kids and also pets.
Yeah, pets is a really good point.
Pools can be fun, but
a lot of times the pools don't have any kind of fencing around them.
No, this is wide open and there's really easy access. So a couple things to keep in mind. One, if you're traveling in a group, designate one adult who's going to be in charge of pool safety.
Okay.
The other thing to do is check with the manager, make sure you understand how the pool cover works so you can open and close it and keep it closed when you're not using it.
Some simple tips so you can safely enjoy your time in a home away from home.
So it's just something to be aware of. Like I said, some people love it, some people don't. We use it a lot, just frankly, because then we have a whole house, we have a kitchen, I don't have to worry about somebody coming in. Anyway, but there are some horror stories that people say where they feel like they've been watched or videos. So what do we need to know to protect ourselves?
Yeah, that's a big one. Spy cams can be an issue. It's been in the headlines. Think about it. They are so easy to hide. This right here is a spy cam.
Wait,
right there in this tissue box. Yeah, there you go. And I'm
that's
actually,
creepy.
I can watch you live in real
Is it
time.
Elsa's eye?
It's through Elsa's eye.
Wow.
Yeah. There you
Let
are.
it go. Let it go. That is.
Let it go.
It's creepy, but it's kind of cool.
It is super cool.
Wait, that
right?
is crazy.
I mean, not for you know what I mean. But like if you're looking to,
What else
are those cameras? Technologically, it's cool. Yes, Dylan.
Where
That
else do
is
they
a
hide
smoke
it?
detector, an alarm clock. Those are both cameras. So these things are getting sneakier and
Wait,
sneakier, easier to hide.
This is a camera?
Yep.
But is it for the homeowner to make sure their house isn't being used in a way?
That's true.
Like, if it's just big parties for, underage kids?
If that's the case, then you have to disclose it. Most of these rental sites make you say, hey, there's a camera in the front door, there's a camera in the living room. They shouldn't be in the bathroom, the bedroom, and that's why you need to check for things that are suspicious, like something plugged in an outlet in a bathroom or a smoke detector over the toilet or the shower. What's it doing there?
Yeah, that's a problem.
Right?
What if you get there and you saw these great pictures on the website, and then you get there and it's like, this looks nothing like what I paid for?
Big problem. First thing, call the person that you're renting from, try to negotiate that refund. If not, bypass them, head straight to the website. But really, the most important thing, be proactive about it. Check to see if there's reviews. If there aren't very many, that's a red flag. Do a Google Street View, enter the address. If the exterior doesn't match what you're seeing in real time, that's a big red flag.
Vicky Wynn, you always make us a little smarter.
And when you said the Street View thing, I've been doing that from now on. It's a really good tip.
And Craig wants to know, can you have the Elsa box?
This is next level.
It's all yours, Craig.
How much does something like this cost?
What is that?
I'm going to get in. I'll check in on that and get back to you.
Okay.
We can get a little custom. Maybe we'll do a Minions one for you.
Craig's got a pants can.
We'll be back, hopefully.
Welcome back to the third hour today. Actress and comedian Anna Faris had quite the scare last week. During what was supposed to be a fun family Thanksgiving at a rental home, it quickly turned into a potentially deadly situation. She writes on Twitter, I'm not quite sure how to express gratitude to the North Lake Tahoe Fire Department who were saved from carbon monoxide. It's a stupidly dramatic story, but I'm feeling very fortunate.
What happened? Well, first of all, we have Vicky.
That's right, our NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicky Wynn to talk more about this.
Good morning. Yeah, this is a scary one, especially this time of year. We're inside more, the windows are closed, and this really could happen to anyone at your home or even when you're on vacation. That's when you're vulnerable.
What happened?
So essentially, people in her group started to feel sick. A couple of them actually went to the hospital. They thought, oh, we're in Lake Tahoe. Maybe we're not used to the altitude. Turns out they were suffering from carbon monoxide poisoning. The emergency responders went back to the house, treated 2 more people at this Lake Tahoe rental. Beautiful. You saw the picture on Twitter, but maybe was sealed, didn't have a carbon monoxide alarm. Firefighters haven't said what the source of the carbon monoxide gas was, but they did say it was CO poisoning. And had they all just said, oh, you know what, we're going to sleep this off, that could have been a deadly situation.
Why didn't they just sleep it off? Why did their symptoms how did their symptoms get bad enough that they decided they needed to call for help?
Well, the symptoms are headache, dizziness, nausea. So they felt so bad. They felt like they had to go to the hospital, which is good that they didn't lie down and just say, oh, it's nothing, I'll just get over it.
Would just lie down.
A lot of people would, yeah,
and
absolutely.
The results could have been a lot different. In fact, Anna's dad, Jack, in the North Tahoe Fire Public Information, had a lot to say about the scare. Take a look.
We are grateful to be alive. We thought we just had the effects of being at high altitude, and it turned out that that was not the case.
Had they just gone to sleep and hoped that they felt better in the morning, none of them would have woken up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That is so scary.
Strong words
What are
and
some
true.
folks who are watching or listening, some things that they can do to make sure that this is not something that happens to them?
Really important to just check on any gas-powered appliances in your house, whether that's your gas stove or your range. You don't want to be using your generator, exactly. You don't want to be using those without proper ventilation. This is another thing people do this time of year. You want to get in your car, warm it up before you head out. It's winter. Get that garage door open. Carbon monoxide gas builds up so quickly. And Dylan, I think you were talking about apartments, right? Like,
right, because I feel like
a lot of people
I'm not
live
sure
in an
if I
apartment.
have one, but I live in an apartment. I don't have a car connected to the house or anything. So is it a threat for people who live in an apartment too?
It can be. Sometimes people use those space heaters to warm up a small space. If that is a gas-fueled space heater, then that can be an issue. Basically, carbon monoxide is produced anytime you burn a fuel. And this is the #1 thing, right? Yes, the carbon monoxide alarm. You can get this for under $30, $20, really, at any big box retailer. We picked one up at Duane Reade. Fire departments this time of year are also giving these things away free. So check with your local fire department if it's not something you can buy.
And by the way, there is an expiration on these. Generally, 5 years is the efficacy of it, and then you have to replace them.
That's a really good point, Alan. Also check the batteries. Twice a year, daylight savings. That's a good time to go for the smoke alarms and the carbon monoxide alarms.
Vicky Wynn.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad you talked about this.
And we'll be right back.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, so get ready to take notes. Lifestyle expert Jill Bauer has a list of must-haves to make sure you and your family are prepared in an unexpected emergency.
Good morning, Jill.
Good morning, ladies. Nice to see you.
Okay, you're going to show us what we need in our home and in our cars, right?
Right, because this is the time of year when people are making resolutions and they're thinking about ways to get organized. Well, part of that should be, is my family prepared in case something should happen? So let's take a look at what you need the next time you're out on the road.
So here are the things that are important to keep in the front area of your car. In your center console, you want to make sure you have a tool like this. This is designed to cut through your seatbelt in case you can't unbuckle, as well as break through glass if you're trapped. And then in your glove box, a couple other things you should have on hand. Make sure that you have a small first aid kit. Make sure you have an additional phone charger with a cable, and make sure that that's charged. And also make sure you have a small hand crank flashlight. You also need to have some key things in the back of your car, so let me show you what those are. I like to keep the back of my car organized with a duffel bag like this one, and here are the essentials I always have on hand. Start out with my jumper cables, an extra blanket, a comprehensive first aid kit. A couple of different kinds of lights are important. So an all-weather flashlight, make sure that you've checked those batteries, but also an emergency light like this that lets other cars see you in the dark. Those are great because they're magnetic. These emergency thermal blankets and rain ponchos, you can usually find those at outdoor stores. They don't take up a lot of room, but they're really great in case you need them. A pair of gloves, some duct tape, and then don't forget about some extra snacks and a bottle of water. And if you happen to travel with your pets, make sure you include some dog treats too.
Oh, Jill, love it. You know it all. That was awesome information. Now you've taken us inside the home where you're going to get to everything we need, starting with fire safety.
Yeah. And this is so important, everybody, because I know you probably have on your radar, let's make sure we check our batteries and our smoke detectors. But here's what a lot of people don't know. The detector themselves, the unit, only has a 10-year shelf life. Oh. So if you've lived in the same house for 15 years and all you're doing is continually charging the batteries, you could still have a faulty unit. So make sure you're charging or you're replacing the unit every 10 years and the batteries regularly. Same with carbon monoxide detectors. Those should be located on all levels of your home. And then in case you should need to put out a small fire, make sure you have fire extinguishers. They have fire extinguishers now for specific areas of the home. So that also makes them a little bit lighter and easier to manage, especially one you might want to keep under the sink in your kitchen. I like to write the date on those extinguishers so that you know when you put it in. Most of these have a kind of shelf life of 6 to 12 years. And finally, if you live in a home that's multi-level, you want to make sure that you do have a fire escape ladder. That fire escape ladder is something you should practice with, not going out and climbing down it, but making sure that it fits the window properly so that in the event you would need to use it, you know that it's going to work the way that it should. By the way, the smoke detector, carbon monoxide, and fire extinguishers are also great for people who live in apartments or condos, not just homeowners.
All right, so if we're moving now, let's move to, by the way, I'm like taking notes on all these things. A ladder, who would have thought? All right, so when a storm hits, often you lose electricity and you feel like, uh-oh, what am I going to do? Most of us have a flashlight. What else should you have?
So these are basics, Hoda. You know, have a stockpile of extra batteries. Make sure you have some different types of lanterns and lamps. I like flameless candles. But check out this cool new innovative flashlight from GE. This is a regular flashlight that light bulb that you're going to put inside of your lamp, and you're going to use it like you use normal light bulbs. However, when the power goes out, it stays on, and you can even unscrew it from your lamp, turn it on, and use it as a handheld flashlight. That gets a 5-hour charge. They're LED bulbs, so they last for hundreds of hours of light. It's a really cool concept, and I think it's great peace of mind.
Yeah, that really is. I feel like we should all have at least one of those. Let's talk about drinking water if it becomes compromised.
Yeah, so you can, for kind of personal emergency things, you want to make sure that you have an all-weather radio, have a whistle so that you can let people know where you are, have a backup supply of drinking water, but then use something called a life straw. Again, these are things that you'll find at a lot of outdoor kind of adventure places. They need them for survival. They're great survival for your home, too.
All right, if you want to keep your valuables safe, your clothes safe, what's a way to do that?
I love the idea of a dry bag. Pre-pack it so that you have a change of clothes in here, but also think of things like an extra bottle of prescription medication, maybe an extra pair of prescription eyeglasses, things that are safe, ready to grab. Do one of these for each member of your family, and it's great to complement that with a full medical kit as well. That's another great place to keep those extra prescriptions.
Yeah, Jill, thank you. If we missed anything here, it is all on our website at hodaandjenna.com.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today All Day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
With more of us spending a lot of time at home, there's been added wear and tear on our appliances. If you need repairs, don't expect a quick fix. Vicki Wynn's here with the latest on that. Vic.
Hey, Al, it is so good to see you in person, by the way. Well, the requests for repairs are really coming in fast and furious across the country with backlogs for service calls at companies big and small. This morning, how you can make do while you wait and what you can do now, especially with the holidays right here, to check on your appliances before they stop working.
Kylie Smith from New Jersey says when her refrigerator broke in early October, it was typical 2020.
We noticed that our freezer wasn't freezing anymore. Once this happened, we said, of course, this is going to happen.
How are you managing then?
We do have a second fridge out in the garage, but right now it's filled to the brim. We have 3 growing boys, so we need the space.
She says it'll be about a month until she can get her fridge repaired.
And that's figuring that when they come out, it's an immediate fix.
Smith is feeling a pain point shared by thousands of people across the country. A recent survey found appliance repair calls are up 39% since the pandemic started.
With a lot of us working and learning from home, many of us are using our appliances a lot more often. From the oven to the fridge. Consider this fun fact. Before the pandemic, we were opening our fridges about 30 times a day. Since the pandemic, that number has jumped to 130 times a day.
Industry experts say there's a shortage of new appliances and people want to save money, so many would rather repair than replace.
Business has been amazing. It's really grown over the last several months.
Daniel Pigeon is the CEO of Sears Home Services.
How busy are your repair technicians right now?
Right now, we have a shortfall of 1,000 technicians that we're hiring. It really is something unprecedented.
Heather Dyer-Yoder runs Dyer Repair Academy in Richland Hills, Texas. She says people who've lost jobs in retail and restaurants are now taking her 2-week-long course to become certified appliance repair techs. Her classes are maxed out through January.
I have employers calling me weekly. Do you have somebody I can hire? All over the country. All of my students get jobs. All of them get hired before they leave.
Dyer says to avoid breakdowns, check on your appliance health. Look for your manual or check online for how to clean your fridge, oven, washer, and dryer. Fridge coils and dryer vents are some common culprits that get clogged and make the machines work harder. If a repair tech is coming to your home, make sure they're wearing a mask and maintain your distance. And keep your windows open for better air circulation while they're inside. If you're in the market for a new appliance, go back to the basics because high-tech appliances contain specialized parts that can be harder to find and replace.
Find something with less bells and whistles, less Wi-Fi, less computer chips, because those are the things that are breaking and those are the things delaying you're getting your refrigerator back working.
Some tips to make sure an appliance breakdown doesn't leave a wrench in your upcoming holiday plans.
And good news for Kylie, her refrigerator has been repaired. Another tip, consider buying a home warranty, even if you've already been in your home for years. Just read the fine print to make sure it covers your major appliances. And what's also great about this, when you're under a home warranty, experts say you might get priority when you need a repair.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. So if you're looking for a good technician, because that's really the key, how do you find one?
First thing, ask friends and family for their referrals. They may have had a great experience with somebody. Then you really want to check the reviews, make sure that they have good certifications, get multiple quotes so that the price is right for you. And then also ask about their warranties. After they're done making that fix, how long is it good for in case they need to come back?
And what if something is broken and you just need it fixed? Like going into Thanksgiving and your dishwasher's broken. What can people do?
YouTube is a great way to check and see a DIY repair situation. And also, you just want to call the local repair store. Maybe they'll give you some free advice. Listen, I've got this. I need this part. What can I do? Sometimes they'll help you out.
Yeah. I use YouTube to clear the drain on my dishwasher.
Really? Yeah.
It does work.
There's so many great videos out there.
All right. Vicki Wynn, it's always great to see you. Thanks so much.
Each year, there are an estimated 20,000 fires across the country caused by chimneys and fireplaces.
Investigators say the cause of the fire here on Bramer Circle was traced to a malfunctioning fireplace.
The fire chief tells us the fire started in a chimney around 2:30 this morning.
Even this historic mansion in Massachusetts burned to the ground last winter.
The home had stood for over 100 years. It took just hours to be destroyed.
This one in upstate New York making headlines because it's the home of celebrity chef Rachel Ray.
Heavy smoke and fire coming from the roof of the residence near the chimney.
Fire officials believe the August 9th blaze ignited in the chimney.
So what should you do to safely enjoy this before you light this?
We asked the expert. Mike Segerstrom from Bridgewater Chimney Sweeps is an instructor with the Chimney Safety Institute of America with 23 years of experience.
Mike, what's the very first thing you should do before you light your fireplace for the season?
First thing you want to do is make sure you have the fireplace inspected before use by a certified chimney sweep.
That's you. Have at it.
Okay.
He begins with a visual inspection, checking the interior from below, then examining the exterior of the chimney from the ground. And the roof, even using a high-tech camera to get a better look inside. According to the National Fire Protection Association, you need to get your chimney inspected every year because over time, chimneys collect what's called creosote, which can overheat and catch fire. Often, that's what causes chimney fires.
Mike, what's the verdict on this fireplace and the chimney?
So this fireplace is not in need of sweeping at this time. It is ready for the season.
If it did need to be swept, what are some of the steps? What happens?
The biggest component is we'll brush the entire system out internally.
Once the chimney and the fireplace have been cleaned, what's the next step?
Making sure that we're burning good wood in the fireplace. Should be stored outside for at least a year. That way you can guarantee that it's not going to produce extra amounts of soot or creosote.
Before you enjoy your fireplace, make sure there's nothing flammable within 4 feet, and always have a screen to capture any sparks that could fly into your home. Mike says the most common mistake, people forgetting to open their flue damper.
The first sign of someone not opening the flue damper is the smoke immediately comes back into the home.
The best way to put out the fire is to simply let it burn out on its own and never use water to extinguish the flames.
It's going to cause the wood to possibly spark, and water in a hot fireplace could actually damage some of the masonry.
If it's an emergency, make sure you have a fire extinguisher nearby and you know how to use it. Simple reminders to enjoy your fireplace safely.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Joe Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Now with Nest Cam, these guys can check in 24/7.
Hey, a little thief. The commercials are everywhere, so you can get an alert if someone's there who shouldn't be. The latest in smart home technology from companies like Nest and Ring, allowing you to see what's happening in and around your house and protect it in real time. But what happens when the bad guys turn that technology against you? Across the country, hackers have gained access to those cameras and harassed families in their homes. In Seattle, in Florida,
I'll leave you and your family alone, or I could do this.
And in Mississippi, an 8-year-old girl terrorized.
Who is that? I'm your best friend. You can do whatever you want right now. You can mess up your room, you can break your TV.
Mommy! So how easy is it for someone to hack into your home security system? To find out more, I'm here with Mark Spoonhour. He's the editor-in-chief of Tom's Guide. It's an online tech magazine. So tell me about this. How common of a problem is this, and how easy is it for hackers?
So first things first is that it's not that common for devices like this to be hacked. But if it happens to you, it's really scary.
He says the devices themselves are secure, but warns that hackers can break in using compromised credentials.
And they usually come in through usernames and passwords that are out there on the dark web.
Tom's Guide security editor Paul Wagenseal is in another room logging into this Nest camera to show you how easily it can happen.
Hey guys, I'm logged in and I can hear you and I can see you.
That is very creepy. That is not supposed to be happening with a security camera.
No, it's not. And the reason why he's able to get in is because he has access not to the device itself necessarily. It's because he's able to log in with our username and password, which could be freely available on the web, especially if you've been part of a data breach.
How do you know if you've been part of a data breach? You can search online, haveibeenpwned.com. Just plug in your username. If it comes up red, it's time for a new one. And when creating a password, remember that it should be long, unique, and strong. But Spoonhour says the most important thing to do, use two-factor authentication.
When a hacker tries to get in, you will get sent a text message to your phone because they're not on an approved network, right? And that unique code that's sent to your phone via text allows you to grant access or not to whoever is trying to get into your system.
So it alerts you before anyone can get in.
That's right. It's basically a gatekeeper.
Wagon Seal tries to log in again, but this time there's two-factor authentication.
There it is. So we have a text message that just came in.
Okay, what does that mean?
So this is our authentication code, right? So if we wanted to get in right now to log into our system and see the footage on this camera, we would have to not only enter our username and password, but this very unique code, and you can see that it changes every time. So only the person who has the phone that's associated with the account can get in.
Good advice to make sure this doesn't happen to you.
I'm your best friend.
A few more tips. Don't forget about your router. That's the hub of your home. Make sure you're not using the default password that it came with. If you don't change that, the bad guys can easily use it to get into your smart home if they find your Wi-Fi network, and that would affect anything that's connected to your Wi-Fi. Now, these same security measures also apply to smart toys that connect to the internet. If they have a camera or a microphone, hackers can get into those toys. So choose passwords that are unique, long, and different across your device.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! Before you see it, you hear it. Iguazu, in native language, the name means big water. A waterfall twice as tall as Niagara and miles wide. We take a boat across the rapids to one of the wonders of nature.
This is the largest waterfall system in the world, so huge it cuts across 2 nations. Over there is Brazil, this side, Argentina.
Disgorging the contents of 5 Olympic swimming pools every second. The center of the falls, called Devil's Throat.
You can feel the sheer power of the falls. Our little boat is getting buffeted around and there is a constant mist in my face.
But we're still not wet enough for these guys. Not even close. To truly feel the full force of these falls, you have to get soaked. Water, our precious source of life. In Brazil, it is everywhere. And the most famous waterway of all is, of course, the Amazon.
What you're seeing is not an illusion.
This is where 2 massive rivers come together. One black, one brown. They form the mighty Amazon. The Amazon River spans the entire country, flowing more than 4,000 miles, 450 miles further than the Mississippi. The rainforest with which the river shares its name is a haven for 40,000 kinds of plants and a staggering 10% of the world's wildlife, 1,300 different birds. And among the many animals here, 3,000 species of fish. Today, we're on a fishing expedition like no other, to catch piranha. Sandro Gama descended on his mother's side from an Amazonian tribe. He now runs tours of the ancient river.
It's like magic for me.
It's a magical place.
Magical place.
Sandro guides our boat away from the main part of the river into one of the smaller tributaries. The channel is shaded by trees and the water here is shallower. The best place to find piranha. Piranha will eat almost any meat, even, rarely, humans. To attract these underwater killers, Sandro mimics a distressed animal in the water.
They like noise.
They like noise like this.
It's less like fishing, more like hunting.
Would it help if I cut my finger and put it in the water?
I caught one.
You got one. Then Sandro hooks one. Wow. Those are some sharp teeth.
She's saying, come any closer, I'm going to bite your face off.
Day 1 over. And we've caught one fish. But a hunter always eats what he catches.
She wanted to eat me.
Oh, yeah.
And this is my revenge.
It's your revenge, right?
It tastes like cod, like kind of...
Oh, yeah, like freshwater fish.
It tastes like a freshwater fish, actually. There isn't very much meat here. It's very bony.
It's day 2, and we try another fishing spot. This time, I have more luck.
Oh, yeah.
I think I go on, I think I go on. Yes!
Yes, my
All right. I didn't think I was going to be able to do that.
It looks like I wasn't the only one to target this fish. Piranhas even prey on each other.
Wow.
I took a chunk of her to, you see, this area here. Hold it by here.
Yeah. Woohoo! Okay, I think you should do this. Because I don't want to cause her any more pain, honestly. And also, I don't want to cause myself any pain.
Right.
Our fishing expedition, somewhat successful, Sandro has a final surprise. He assures me, and I took some reassuring, there are no piranhas here. But beneath the water, we are soon surrounded by the Amazon's famous pink dolphin.
Whoa, he's touching. They're rubbing against our legs here. It's incredible. It's like rubber.
The people here believe these dolphins are princes.
Yeah, I can see that.
Dolphins are very mythological animals of the Amazon. According to the indigenous legend, after midnight he becomes a handsome boy, and suddenly he chases the girls. And when she's pregnant, she will blame on the dolphins. She will blame on the dolphins.
They are no threat to us, of course, but it turns out the fish they eat include piranhas. In the Amazon, every animal depends on another. The power and the beauty of this river and its inhabitants, both stunning and humbling. Next, somewhere beneath this vast canopy of green, deep in the heart of the rainforest, these colossal giants, and what it's like to climb one.
I am now officially really quite frightened.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The Amazon, a vast 2 million square miles of awesome, largely untamed nature. An estimated 390 million trees. Today, I'm climbing just one, but it's a monster.
How tall is the tree we're going to climb?
It's 180 feet.
My guide, Leo Princey, knows the rainforest well.
Not too much.
Its traditions, like this method of preventing insect bites.
I can smell it, yeah.
Covering yourself with dead ants.
They bite you. They do. They bite you while you're trying to stop other insects from biting you.
And the jungle's predators.
That's where jaguars climbed the tree.
Yeah, 1 year ago around. Don't think that if you want to run from a jaguar, if you climb a tree, you are safe.
Not exactly reassuring. I don't think I've climbed a tree since I was a boy. And definitely not like this. And don't look down, right?
You can look if you want. Halfway.
Yeah. This is halfway?
Yeah.
As I sweat, Leo's 9-year-old daughter, Kenna, passes me. Fearless. Not exactly how I feel. Talking to me like this is a good way to stop me from thinking about the fact that I'm hanging by a rope about 100 feet in the air. I'm increasingly nervous. I am now officially really quite frightened. Finally, reaching the top. Okay, don't look down, don't look down, don't look down. I can't actually believe that I have got up here. Honestly, my legs are shaking, even though I've got this rope attached to me. But the view is just stunning. The air above the Amazon, thick with the sounds and smells of life.
Look around, just look around.
The experience of a lifetime. Exhilarating and a little exhausting. I think I've earned a rest. Leo can't easily relax. He's increasingly worried for his forest. His home is here in the jungle with his wife Vanessa. Their children were born on this deck. All 3 are homeschooled. They playfully call their dad the guru. What he knows is that this place is increasingly threatened. Fires have raged across the forest. Logging is destroying yet more. The wonderful wildlife here threatened from all angles. But it doesn't have to be this way. People have plundered the Amazon's rich resources for more than 100 years, when European traders exploited the Amazon for rubber. But next, how those same men created something here that was extraordinary and beautiful. When they built, of all things, an opera house in the heart of this rainforest.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Deep in the Amazon rainforest, this seemingly infinite green canopy of trees, broken only by the winding silver thread of this 4,000-mile river, is a history that we might be able to learn from. 120 years ago, a lone paddle steamer made its way along here, and on board, Carlos Fermin Fitzcarrald, who had what many people said was a crazy dream: to build an opera house in the heart of the jungle. So determined was he that at one point, and the inspiration for the movie Fitzcarraldo, he had his steamship taken apart piece by piece and transported over a mountain. And though Fitzcarrald never fulfilled his dream, others did. In the 1890s, out of the jungle rose this spectacular, unlikely structure. And from within came this. The Teatro Amazonas, completed in 1896, is celebrated as one of the most magnificent opera houses in the world. The theatre is located in today's bustling riverside city of Manaus, built by barons made rich by the 19th century rubber trade, early exploiters of the Amazon's rich resources. They wanted to rival the grand opera houses of Europe and bring civilization to this remote part of the world. Gabriel.
Hello, Kieran. Hey, how are you?
Gabriel Leal is my guide to the theatre. When they built this place 120 years ago,
yes,
what was here?
Oh, there is nothing here. It was only the jungle. Look this.
It feels like it's never been changed in all that time.
They bought the most expensive, the best materials of the world to put here. The chandeliers are bronze and crystals from France. They are French chandeliers from Paris.
We're in the middle of the Amazon.
Yes. Yes.
Under chandeliers from France.
Yes.
This is an Italian style.
Yes. It's a small piece of Italy and Manaus.
You can see why they call it the Noble Room. The magnificent dome is decorated with 36,000 tiles. And breathtaking though the architecture is, it is at night, for the music, that the people come. The orchestra is led by conductor Otavio Simoes.
Something that really struck me was you said, "Good evening."
Boa noite.
And the whole audience
answered.
Says, "Good evening" back to you.
Yes. Yeah.
Warm climate, warm people.
Warm nights, warm people. It's for sure. Where is he? That guy from the mustache.
Yeah.
It's a Brazilian composer.
Otavio points to his ancestor, looking down from the ceiling above us.
He was your great-great-great-grandfather.
Yeah.
He's looking down on you.
He's looking down. Every day when I'm ready to conduct something, I look at him and I say, well, here I go again.
What's so special about this place?
When you see the world map, can you imagine the rainforest, something like
this?
Yes, yes, it's a wonderful place. It's special.
Perhaps this jewel in the jungle can teach us something, that we humans don't have to do damage, that we can add to nature's beauty. Of course, that's not today's story of us and the Amazon, but maybe one day we will learn to coexist and share our planet with nature.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it! Let's go.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
It feels like another lifetime. Back when flying around the world was so much easier. We took an incredible journey across Africa. Dawn over the Masai Mara. Beneath us, roaming free, the big beasts of Kenya. On this journey, we'll get close to the animals of this vast continent.
That big guy.
Oof. He's telling us that he's there.
He's looking right at us.
From the fiercest to the fastest, to the tallest on land, and the deadliest beneath the water. And where better to begin than with a hunter as old as the dinosaurs, the ancient crocodile.
You don't feel nervous this close to them?
They're shy, they'll go away.
Sami Muneye has lived in this part of Africa all his life. He respects the rhythms of the place.
Because this one seems to be looking.
Well, he's already eaten.
He's already eaten?
He's already eaten.
Okay.
We can learn from Africa, he says, how to look after ourselves and our planet.
Because we are so greedy. Animals most of them are opportunists. We are so greedy.
We fly south on a journey that will take us right across the continent. First to what's been called Africa's last Eden. If the natural world is worth saving, this place is the reason why. The Okavango Delta, an inland river basin so vast it's visible from space. A watery paradise in the midst of Botswana's Kalahari Desert, best experienced in a traditional dugout called a makoro.
Welcome to the wilderness. This is Africa's last remaining wetland wilderness.
Steve Boys has explored these waterways for 1,500 miles.
It is a treasure, but it's a very delicate one.
Simple water is the source and sustenance of life, of so much life.
Yes.
A Garden of Eden.
This is a Garden of Eden, yeah.
In these waters, one of Steve's favourite animals, and one of the most dangerous in the world. Aggressive, territorial, and inevitably threatened by us humans.
We're going around a hippo pool. What are you going to do when the hippo comes at the makoro?
A panic.
If I start making funny grunting sounds, you can join me. It'll try and stop him.
Any other advice?
Don't let your mind wander. Be in the wilderness, be wild, and you'll be safe.
Okay. Be at one with nature. I can hear them.
Oof. He's telling us that he's there.
Steve's been near fatally attacked, his canoe thrown over, his love for hippos undimmed.
Hippos do kill many, many people every year, typically on dugout canoes like this.
Okay. They've disappeared.
Yep, because we're stressing them out.
These 3-ton animals don't swim, they walk along the bottom, essential for keeping the waterways open. Guardians of the river, Steve calls them.
They can spend 5 to 9 minutes under there.
Wow.
They can sleep underwater.
It is incredible to be so close to them.
As the sun sets, one more breathtaking encounter. an animal we'll soon see more of.
Big male lion. He's looking right at us. Now let's be careful, calm.
He turned on us here.
George, if we go 10 meters further, we're inside his space. That is incredible. That is the best lion sighting I've seen in my life. First time on record. It's incredible. It'll only be a few hours before my pulse rate returns to normal. Okay. And we're really close there.
If water is the lifeblood of Botswana, we're on the way to meet a couple who are its beating heart. Husband and wife conservationist Derek and Beverly Joubert. Tracking lions takes time.
There's a cub track here. It's fresh. This is a couple of hours old.
But after hours searching,
There's a lioness.
we find a pride.
So there's a grandmother, a mother, and a cub. We've known these lions now for 7 years, I would say.
Yeah.
And we can track this family back about 20 years.
Climbing to the top of a hill, we watched an incredible moment. A lioness cajoling her nervous cub to take the plunge.
I was terrified of water, anxious about the hippos and the crocs in there.
These lions have had to adapt to going through water, whereas most lions in Botswana don't go through water at all. It's only in the Okavango.
When Derek and Beverly first arrived in the Selinda Reserve, hunting had reduced the population to 2 female lions. Some 30 years later, the lions number over 100 and counting.
Now Derek and Beverly must battle to preserve their life's work. They say they get their strength from their love for each other and their incredible motivation from their love for these lions.
But Africa's conservationists always face an uphill struggle. Climate change, hunting, and put simply, humans, all threaten this fragile world. Across the Okavango Delta, another fearless conservationist. Brave is not the word Brad Bestelink would use about himself, but how else to describe a man who lives in the wild, amongst some of the most dangerous animals on Earth, for months at a time.
This is your home. We're in your living room.
I mean, it's not a bad place, is it? Yeah, you can go back to London if you want. I'm staying here.
Who likes to get close to its inhabitants.
That big guy.
Maybe too close. The power of these animals makes me feel unexpectedly like an endangered species. Close encounters are what Brad lives for. He's been following this pack of wild dogs for years.
And as soon as they get on the move and start hunting, they'll be very difficult to keep up with.
And soon, the drama of the plains is all around us.
What just happened? Hyena's been trailing, obviously looking to pick up food from these dogs, and they're just getting fed up, so just attack it.
As the sun goes down and we prepare to camp outside, we make sure we are into the wind.
So that any sound travels on the wind.
So even when you're sleeping, you're planning your next day, you're listening.
90% of the work at night, that we do with lions is driven by what we hear at night.
It's really good, actually. Fed and watered, time for some advice.
What do I need to know?
Torch, mainly.
Right.
Yeah, just blind them. They don't really want to eat us. Yeah. They used
That's good to know. Snakes, spiders.
That's why I sleep on top.
You sleep up there, and I sleep down here. Yeah. Okay, great.
Sure enough, as the stars rise in the southern sky, predators are on the prowl.
Tell me what animals were there last night?
Big male lion doing a territorial march up and down past us. Hyena a couple of times last night. There must be a leopard harassing baboons. They're really performing that side.
So another day begins over the Delta.
You know, you live in a city. Do you wake up full of optimism every morning? I'd wake up with optimism every day.
Optimism in the face of adversity seems like a common theme in this part of the world. You could be forgiven for thinking these past few years that our planet is trying to tell us something. Africa is a world like no other. Its future, our future, may depend on leaving a lighter footprint. But if I never get to make a trip like this again, I'll never forget it.
Hello there, Today All Day viewers. Good to see you, and we're so glad you decided to spend part of your Tuesday with us.
Indeed, we have a lot to get to in this edition of your favorite digital show. It's called Today in 30. So what do you say we break it all down?
All right, we're going to start with a report from our own Richard Engel. He is in Kabul with the latest on the race to get Americans and other allies out of Afghanistan.
Plus, it is being called the Great Resignation. America